Chapter 638. It was like standing at a crossroad, hesitating whether to go forward or turn. But no matter what choice he made, there would be a corresponding ending. However, he would never be able to guess what would happen if he chose the second path. Regret? Joy? That was an ending that he would never be able to guess. Yun Nuashing looked at the two colorful butterflies and took a deep breath. Although the confusion in his heart had not completely disappeared, he still took a step forward and walked toward the peach forest. As soon as he took that step, Yun Nuashing realized that the scene around him had changed once again. No, rather than saying that it was a change, it was more accurate to say that his memories of the past were rapidly replaying. He remembered every single scene, the underground grotto. In the underground grotto, they had found the earth origin source and the heart of the earth. It had been a daunting but uneventful journey. They had also seen the Light Yuan King's message on the stone inscription. After that, they had discovered a dusty divine relic beside a small village in the northern wilderness, Divine Sky City. In Divine Sky City, they met Yuan Shi and his family. They met the woman who had a clear distinction between love and hate. They were also besieged by the Qi family for the first time. If not for the sudden return of the Netherworld Ruin Sword, it would have been very dangerous. Then, Yuan Shi followed them on their journey. Yu Shao, the black stone of the forbidden sky god, Rain Country, Tana's water god temple, Taoqia's shadow, Reincarnation Lake, Phoenix Blood, Qin Yen, Lihuan City, Glaze God Earth Palace, Little Purple Soul, Glaze Treasure Mirror, Qi Family, and Qinghai Palaces, fabricated crimes. Those scenes flashed before them until they crossed the Eastern Sea, then turned to the Ghost Forest, Everlasting Night Forest, Xianlong Continent. And now, those scenes flashed very quickly. Other than Yen Feng, Bingyu, and Yun Nuashing, no one could see them clearly. However, Yen Feng and Bingyu, who had been paying close attention, realized that no matter what happened, if Yun Nuashing was in those scenes, Xian would definitely be there too. It seemed to be telling them that Yun Nuashing stepped on this path because she met Xian. Yun Nuashing seemed to have guessed this as well. He felt uneasy and his eyes flickered. After a long time, he took a few deep breaths and calmed down. If this would happen if they walked forward and met Xian, then what if they walked backward? That day, if they did not walk into the peach forest with Ming and meet Xian, what would happen? Suddenly, he really wanted to know. Even if he had never thought about it before, at this moment, he really wanted to know. If he hadn't taken that step that day and had gone somewhere else, what would have happened? Would he have died when Shuang Long ambushed him? Thinking about this pointlessly, Yun Nuashing sighed. He seemed to have forgotten that he was in an illusion. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he slowly turned around and walked towards the colorful butterfly. Then he saw, after he took this step, the world turn gray. The gray world, the sky, the buildings, the roads, the space, everything turned gray. Even the peach flower petals lost their vibrant color. It was as if gray ashes had fallen from the sky. The gray in his vision was so monotonous that it made him feel hopeless and lost. That's right. This is the original color of your world. It is empty and there is nothing. It is as monotonous and emotionless as this gray world. A figure appeared beside Yun Nuashing. It was glowing with a colorful light. It was especially dazzling in this gray world. Yun Nuashing could not help but turn his gaze. It was him, but it was not him, because at this moment he had also merged into this gray world. The person beside him had the same appearance and was wearing the same clothes as him, but it was alive with color. Perhaps this was the only difference. He slowly lifted his feet. His gray eyes were empty as he blindly walked towards the pure gray world. The shadow of him beside him also lifted his feet. His handsome face was brimming with a devilish smile. Was that meeting really the right thing to do? Originally, you did not have a so-called purpose in life. You walked aimlessly in this world until that person appeared and gave you a life that did not belong to you. You took those things seriously. Because of that, you chose a path that did not belong to you. The colorful figure smiled. The umbrella in his hand turned into the netherworld ruined sword. He held it in his hand and swung it slightly. Everyone should know the limits of their abilities. Even the words of the people around you brought you only pain and loneliness. The colorful figure strode forward and stood in front of Yun Nuashing. The huge netherworld ruin sword in front of him slowly dissipated. It turned gray and turned into dust that scattered between heaven and earth. At the end of the path that did not belong to you, there is only that person called Yun Nuashing, who no one had any hope for. She is a person who is full of sins, who is really looking forward to you, who is staring at you at the end of this twisted path. Do you mean those irresponsible gods who talk to themselves? The wicked smile on the colorful figure's face grew wider. It was even more wicked than Yun Nuashing's. The netherworld ruin sword disappeared until only the hilt was left. It floated down like quicksand. Yun Nuashing slowed down. There was no color on his numb face. His eyes were empty and lifeless. Even you will be destroyed by your own hands. It's about time you stopped. Cut off the shackles that don't belong to you. Live a little easier, just like how your world was gray from the start. Outside the light screen, Yen Feng and the others looked at the gray world. When they heard those words, their hearts trembled. Was he asking him to question his own life? If he can't break free from this layer of illusion, his life will be over. There was a hint of urgency in Bing's cold voice. They couldn't change the array and couldn't pull Yun Nuashing out of it. They could only watch as he sank deeper and deeper into the gray world. The older students were getting more and more nervous. It was as if they were in the same situation. They wanted nothing more than to rush in and slap Yun Nuashing to wake him up. Damn it! Turn around! Hurry up and turn around! That's where you should be. Yen Feng gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. If he continued walking like this, he would really be lost in the spiritual illusion, the established real world and his former inner world. The memories he has been evoked by the illusion. He is questioning his own life. Bing's voice also gradually deepened. He softly said, "Old Yen, inform the people from the Water Goddess Hall to come and rescue him. Forcefully break free from the illusion." Yen Feng jumped in fright when he heard this. His expression changed slightly. If we forcefully break free from the spiritual illusion, the two people who are trapped inside will suffer a spiritual attack. If things go wrong, they will become idiots. That's still better than becoming a walking corpse and dying inside. Bing glared fiercely at him. With a flip of his hand, he suddenly took out a blue token and raised it to the sky. Just as he was about to crush it, he suddenly paused. In the spiritual illusion, Yun Nuashing's eyes were still empty. The colorful figure was still smiling evilly. The pink peach forest behind them was still there, but it was getting farther and farther away. If they continued walking, they might not even be able to see the peach forest anymore. Like a walking corpse, Yun Nuashing came to the depths of this gray world. Suddenly, he closed the oil paper umbrella. The colorful figure was stunned when he saw his action. A moment later, a strong wind swept across his body. It was so fast that he didn't have time to react. The strong wind passed through his shadow, causing his body to quickly become illusory. He widened his eyes and his handsome face was filled with disbelief. Why? Yun Nuashing retracted the oil paper umbrella that he had swung out like a sword. His gray eyes were still empty, as if there was no soul in them. However, he said indifferently, "You made me question my life. Then what about the 10 years that I met her for? What about my life? If you really have my memories, then you should know that I have never regretted any of the choices that I have made, much less question my life. The gray world is for the sake of better color." The colorful figure that was gradually becoming illusory widened his eyes in shock. Even when he disappeared, he still couldn't understand why Yun Nuashing was still able to struggle free after walking to this place. Bang! Yun Nuashing threw away the oil paper umbrella in his hand and suddenly turned around. He stomped hard on the ground, creating a huge crater in the gray world. His figure ran like lightning towards the peach forest that was about to disappear. Phew! Outside the light screen, Yen Feng and Bing heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Their faces were covered in cold sweat. They had already prepared themselves for the worst. But at the last moment, they woke up. Run! Run faster! Faster! Return to the world that you belong to! Yen Feng suddenly roared. He even spat out his tongue. His face was slightly distorted due to his excitement. His appearance caused the 4 elders behind him and the older students below to jump in fright. A moment later, they involuntarily let out a ghostly cry. This illusion seemed peaceful, but every step they took was heart-wrenching. If Yun Nuashing had really questioned her life at that moment, she would probably be trapped in that gray world forever, unable to break free. At least, they felt that they didn't have the ability to break free from it. His heartbeat was like raindrops beating on a drum, shaking his chest until he felt a slight pain. Girl, I'm sorry. I've always been running away from you, from myself. I've never thought of truly facing you. I'm not someone who deserves all of your sincerity. But every time I look into your eyes, I can't say anything. I let you stay by my side because you love me. I'm sorry. This is my selfishness. Perhaps this is also one of my original sins. That's why today's scene happened. I'm sorry, but I'm such a person. I'm hopeless. A bunch of messy words flashed through his heart. Yun Nuashing gasped for breath and suddenly stepped into the peach forest. He grabbed the dark, purple-winged butterfly on the ground. At this moment, the gray color on his body slowly faded and was dyed with its original color. The pink petals patted his face, and the bright colors looked so moving. When Yen Feng and Bing saw this scene, they cried out in agitation. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know why these 2 elders were so agitated, but they also cried out. This fluctuating illusion was about to end. However, at this moment, I want to say to you thank you. Thank you for letting me meet you. Thank you for dyeing my world with so many colors. It's no longer a monotonous gray. Circling around the densely packed peach trees, Yun Nuashing suddenly rushed to the center of the peach forest. Then he deeply inhaled a breath of air and suddenly raised his head. Soon after, an extremely brilliant smile appeared on his face. A knowing smile. That smile caused the color of the peach forest to become a little brighter and more beautiful. Deep red peach blossoms were in full bloom, covering the branches of the entire tree. The sky was filled with peach blossoms, as though a deep red snow had fallen. On that thick branch sat a peerless beauty. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her pink dress wrapped around her exquisite and voluptuous body, accentuating her alluring curves. Under her dress, her perfectly straight and slender legs were gently swaying. When she saw him appear, she could not help but smile at him. Flowers flew all over the sky, and her pink dress blended in with the surrounding peach blossoms. She was like a flower fairy, just like the moment they had met. 2 pairs of bright eyes looked at each other from 10 meters away. From the moment she entered, she had been waiting in this crimson peach blossom forest, waiting for his arrival. She also firmly believed that he would definitely come. Even if she saw him walk mercilessly into that gray world, she still believed that he would turn around at the last moment and come to her, just like now. In the next second, the flower fairy gently pushed the tree trunk with her jade-like hands and jumped down from the branch, bringing with her petals that filled the sky. As for him, just like before, he rushed to the peach blossom tree as fast as lightning. He reached out his hands and firmly pulled the fairy into his embrace. Crack! At that moment, the entire illusory realm began to crumble and fall apart. Chapter 639. On the huge stone platform, the light screen suddenly shattered, and golden particles fell from the sky. The dazzling light caused everyone to squint their eyes out of habit. Only when the golden light faded did they slowly open their eyes. Immediately, they saw two tall figures hugging each other in front of the stone platform. A gentle breeze blew past them, and their deep purple and multicolored hair danced in the wind. Specks of golden light fell on their bodies, making them look like a celestial couple. God's son, Yan Feng and Bing looked at the two people who appeared after the illusion shattered, and they heaved a long sigh of relief. Now, Yun Nuashing was probably the most important person in the 9 divine halls. It was not as unanticipated as what he had heard in the illusion. The divine king, the great elder, and the other hall masters were all looking forward to the day when he would be able to rule the world. Many people were looking forward to him. A faint golden light sprinkled down. On the stone platform, the older students saw the scene. Perhaps it was the nature of men to love beauty, but when they saw the beautiful girl who was like a celestial in a painting being held in his arms, they were all a little jealous. However, after watching the scene just now, no one made a sound at this moment. They left this little bit of time to Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. At this moment, they were the main characters. This is the first time someone has walked out of the divine level spiritual illusion realm since its appearance. In the past, 60% of the freshmen who challenged it were mentally damaged, 30% became mentally retarded, and the last 10% had a mental breakdown. This scene may be recorded in the Academy's history. Gu Yu indifferently inhaled a breath of air. His slightly cold voice caused the surrounding older students to inhale a breath of cold air. If he was so terrifying, why did he still release him? How can there be a shortcut in the path of the strong? If you want to become strong, you have to pay a price. Lin Kuang slowly sighed and muttered, "Divine level mental illusion realm. There are naturally benefits to passing it. Perhaps we will be able to see it later. Elders, will there be any special rewards for passing the divine level spiritual illusion realm?" A student finally could not help but raise his head and ask the 6 elders in the air. Hearing this, Yan Feng and the other 2 were stunned. They exchanged glances with the 4 elders behind them, and their eyes widened. This seems to be the case, right? As for the students below, when they saw the 6 of them in a daze, their cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Could it be that they didn't? Even Lin Kuang, who had said those words, was stunned. There should be, right? How could he not have it? If he said no, wouldn't it be a slap to his face? Immediately, the gazes of those who looked at Yun Nuashing and her companion were filled with pity. They had spent so much effort and almost fell into their inner demons several times, never to be able to break free. But after breaking through, there was nothing special about it. That joke was a little too much. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yun Nuashing and Zian, who were tightly hugging each other, took a deep breath and inhaled each other's scent. Only then did they slowly let go of each other. Their eyes were fixed on each other as they looked into each other's eyes. After a long while, the 2 of them chuckled. Cough! When Yan Feng saw the fiery atmosphere between the 2 of them, he could not help but let out a dry cough, startling the 2 of them out of that extremely ambiguous atmosphere. Their gazes scanned their surroundings, and only then did they realize that there were countless gazes staring intently at them. Those gazes of envy, jealousy, and pity caused the 2 of them to feel uncomfortable all over. The 6 elders descended from the sky and landed in front of Yun Nuashing. Their eyes swept over the 2 of them. After a while, Yan Feng coughed softly. Cough, first of all, congratulations on becoming the first people in the history of the Longguang Academy to pass the divine level spiritual illusion realm. There will be a little toy for you later. Please stay calm. Little toy? What the hell? Yun Nuashing tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand what this little toy was. However, she had just come out of the illusion realm and was still a little confused. Or rather, she was still a little confused, so she didn't pay much attention to what Yan Feng said. She only nodded indifferently. HM, it's already here after I finished speaking. A few seconds after Yan Feng finished speaking, he turned his gaze and looked at the entrance of the illusion realm at the plains on the mountain top. Yun Nuashing and Yen Feng also turned their gazes. Soon after, they saw a little thing flickering with golden light flying in their direction. For some reason, the latter felt a strong resentment after a while. Yen Feng waved his hand, and the little thing that was still flying hard in the distance landed in his hand. Yun Nuashing curiously stretched her neck. Then she saw a little face that was only the size of a thumb and filled with resentment. That little thing was wearing a strange outfit that he had never seen before. Her golden hair was tied into 2 buns that were weaved with fresh flowers. Then her hair fell down until it curled up in Yen Feng's hand. There were also 2 feather-like wings of light on her back that were like butterfly wings. Her golden, sun-like eyes were wide open, and that pure and holy little face was puffing out her cheeks as she stared at him with resentment. What a strong resentment! The corners of Yun Nuashing's eyes twitched. He couldn't help but take a step back. What was this little thing? Its entire body was emitting golden light. He had never seen it before. Of course there will be resentment. Who asked you to become her master? Yen Feng said with a smile, giving Yun Nuashing a fright. What the hell? Seeing his confused look, Yen Feng smiled and said, You've heard of elves, right? They exist in legends and only have a spiritual body, or a body of energy. Although they are classified as demons in the god realm, they are legendary creatures that don't belong to the 4 categories of gods: humans, demons, and demons. According to legends, there are 9 types of elves, and they control the power of the elements. That's why they are also called elemental elves. Yun Nuashing's nose twitched. Although he was a little confused, he still told Yen Feng everything he knew. Then he spread his hands and said casually, However, this thing is only a legend. Whether they exist or not is still a question. In the god realm, creatures like elves shouldn't exist because there are no suitable living conditions. If it's in the lower realm or the 8 elements realm's strange world, they might exist. However, after he finished speaking, he felt an even stronger resentment coming from the little thing in Yen Feng's hand. He opened his mouth in shock. Did he say something wrong? Hearing that he was quite accurate, Yen Feng smiled and said, They are indeed legendary creatures. However, if such creatures don't exist in the god realm, where did the legend come from? Hearing that, Yun Nuashing was also startled. He lowered his head and thought for a while. He felt that it made sense. Since there was a legend, it shouldn't be groundless. Could it be that creatures like elves really exist in the god realm? In the mystic dragon continent, he had heard that there was a place called the Elves' Tomb. However, when he left, he forgot about it and didn't go there. Could it be that creatures like elves really exist? Yun Nuashing raised his head in confusion. He still felt that there shouldn't be such a race. However, although he felt that way, he still imagined that such a strange creature should exist in the god realm. Yen Feng smiled and raised his hand. He jokingly said, Isn't there one right in front of you? Hearing that, Yun Nuashing widened his eyes in shock. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he shivered and shouted in shock, What? So, this little thing in front of you is an elf. Moreover, the divine level spiritual illusory realm was created by it. We were in charge of assisting it from the outside. However, after the 2 of you entered, the divine level illusory realm went out of control. Now that you've passed the divine level illusory realm, it can be said that you've received its acknowledgement. Yes, although its resentment might be a little strong, Yen Feng said with a smile. Yun Nuashing looked at Xian in shock. When the latter saw him looking over, she shrugged helplessly and gave him a helpless look. This made the former smile even more bitterly. The logic in his head was a little messed up. Moreover, you're right. There's no suitable environment for it to live in the realm of the gods. The first great god who created the realm of the gods probably didn't take this strange race into consideration. Therefore, this elf came from another world, which is the strange world in another timeline of the 8 elements realm that you mentioned. Yen Feng smiled. When he heard this news, The degree of shock he felt was no less than Yun Nuashing's. No. Wait a minute. I'm dizzy from saying it myself. Is this really an elf? The amount of information was a little too much, and it made Yun Nuashing feel a little dizzy. The information recorded in the ancient books was recorded because it was seen before. It can be speculated that there should have been a large number of elves in the realm of the gods during the ancient age, or even the ancient age. However, the environment in the realm of the gods wasn't suitable for them. They couldn't withstand the energy here, so in the end, they returned to their world from the realm of the gods, Yanfeng said softly. Yanfeng said softly, these were some extremely ancient secrets. Fortunately, their 9 divine halls also originated from that ancient era. That was why they knew these things. Another world, a strange world in another timeline. How did it come here? I'm very curious. Yun Nuashing pinched her chin and stared at the little thing that was emitting golden light. She was very puzzled. It was very difficult to travel between the primordial realms, and only the gods had the means to do so. Then, what about traveling between timelines? She didn't understand. You'll naturally understand these things in the future. First, find a suitable place for it. Although it's unwilling, it will accept you in the end for the sake of its own life, Yanfeng said again. Huh. Yun Nuashing scratched her head in puzzlement. What did this have to do with her? I just said that the realm of the gods isn't suitable for elves to live in. This little fellow appeared in the realm of the gods by accident, but it can't return. A few million years ago, the dean of the Far Light Academy sealed it and made it into a special space, which is the god-level illusory realm. If someone can pass through that illusory realm, it means that that person can become the habitat of the elves. However, after so many years, no one has been able to pass through it, so there isn't much energy left in it. According to my calculations, if it can't find a suitable place to live in 10 years, it will disappear from the world. You also said that elves are only spiritual bodies and energy bodies. Once their energy is used up, they can only disappear, Yanfeng said calmly. Does that mean you're treating me as a suitable place to stay? Why me? Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes, speechless. Because you passed through the god-level illusory realm. Yanfeng smiled, then said telepathically, the other reason is that you possess the light element, and this elf is a light elf. Allowing it to exist in your mind can nourish your light element and also have the ability to purify it. Originally, we also thought of asking the people of the Light Temple for help. However, the elders of the Light Temple are all high-level gods. The power they hold is too great. This little elf can't withstand it, so we can only let it stay there and let it become a god-level illusory realm. Light element again. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh bitterly. All right, since elves are also divided into 9 types, then it's the same as the 9 elements. I see that it's full of resentment. If I let it in, it won't kill me, right? Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. He couldn't be blamed for being so cautious. Elves were still unknown creatures to him, and he couldn't judge whether they were good or bad. If he let it into his body rashly, if Purple Night couldn't suppress it, then he would be in deep trouble. Don't worry, for its own life it won't touch you. Although you broke its illusory realm and made it a little resentful. You have to understand. It's a little girl, so it has to be reserved, right? Hearing this, Yanfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. Yun Nuashing hesitated for a while and hesitated for a minute before finally sighing and nodding. If that little thing didn't have resentment towards him, he wouldn't be so resistant. Anyway, he already had enough things in his body. One more wouldn't matter. Upon seeing the latter nod his head, Yanfeng softly chuckled. He lowered his head and looked at the little fairy. The latter also turned around and glanced at him before lowering her head in embarrassment. A long while later, she nodded her little head as if she had accepted her fate. Soon after, the 2 glowing wings on her back gently flapped. From a distance, she looked just like a butterfly. It gently floated in front of Yun Nuashing. Seeing the reluctance and resistance in his eyes, It seemed to know that the resentment on its body was too strong. Thus, it couldn't help but lower its little head. A moment later, it lifted it up and quietly looked at him with its sun-like eyes. The resentment had already disappeared, and there was a hint of human pleading in its eyes. It also realized that if it couldn't find a suitable place to stay, it wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being turned into ashes. At this moment, no matter how unwilling it was, it could only lower its head. Yun Nuashing curiously took a few more glances at her when he saw that she had withdrawn her resentment and even seemed to be pleading for his help. Soon after, he softly sighed and nodded his head before slowly closing his eyes. This action caused a trace of joy to flash across the little fairy's eyes. She flew to the star bead between his eyebrows and took a look at it, after which she gently touched his forehead and merged with it. He didn't feel anything when he made contact with it. However, he could already feel that a little thing with warm energy had entered his spiritual world. Moreover, I say, little ye, what are you all doing? He was shocked to see that in his spiritual world, Z, foam, lon, x, and the little thing with the consciousness of the Een spirit fire were all sitting at the table calmly. They had brewed tea and even brought out snacks from who knows where. It was as if they were entertaining guests. Even the surrounding sea of fire had turned into buildings. It looked like an exquisite little courtyard. We're welcoming a new guest. Come in and chat with us later. Elves are considered extinct in the current realm of the gods. You have to treat them well. Z replied with a smile as he raised his teacup to the sky after hearing Yun Nuashing's helpless words. Yun Nuashing was confused. Chapter 640. The flickering golden light slowly dissipated after the little fairy entered the space between her eyebrows. On the stone platform, the group of seniors at the back craned their necks curiously, but they couldn't see what had just happened. The 6 elders were there, and no one dared to go up to take a look. They could only guess that Yun Nuashing had received some special reward, and didn't ask about it at this time. Yen Feng watched as the light fairy entered Yun Nuashing's space between her eyebrows, and was slightly nervous. He didn't know if there would be any conflicts between fairies and humans, but both of them had the element of light, so there shouldn't be any problems. He also knew that this little fairy was a secret treasure of the Long Guang Academy, so he took the risk to let Yun Nuashing try. According to what he knew, if they could really get along well, then the fairy would be a great help to Yun Nuashing in the future. Because of its long history, this little fairy is considered one of the most precious treasures of the Long Guang Academy. You have to treat it well. Yen Feng reminded again. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded, saying, as long as it doesn't mess around, well, I will treat it well. After saying that, she added another sentence in her heart. As for whether Zai and the others will treat it well, this remains to be seen. How is it? Do you feel anything special? Zian came up and asked softly. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing carefully sensed for a while, then shook her head, saying, not at the moment. There isn't any special connection between the two of us, but Zai is already entertaining her. I will go in and take a look later. To be honest, he still didn't dare to believe it. Perhaps it was like what Yen Feng said, fairies weren't a rare species in the ancient times, and there were even a large number of them. However, he wasn't from the ancient times, and only knew that fairies were creatures that only existed in legends at this time. And now, a living, legendary creature had appeared in front of him. No matter how open-minded he was, no matter how heartless he was, he still found it hard to believe. However, he had no choice but to believe it. That little thing indeed had the characteristics of a fairy. All right, I have to inform the dean about this. The 2 of you should hurry up and go to the 3rd assessment. If you win, you will be rewarded with 1,000,000 energy values. Yen Feng smiled. Then he pointed at the 3 mountain peaks in the distance. On the road there, huge energy fireworks exploded. However, there were also countless figures tumbling about in the majestic energy. A series of ghostly cries rang out. At this moment, there were already some freshmen who had rushed to the front of the mountain peaks. Energy value? Then I can give up. Anyway, I've already passed the first 2 tests. It's fine as long as I won't be expelled. It's useless to have so many energy values. Upon hearing that the reward was energy points, Yun Nuashing's face was immediately filled with disdain. The older students who heard him staggered and almost fell. This guy. They were risking their lives to collect energy values in exchange for high-grade mystic skills and other things that could increase their strength. In the end, he said that it was useless. You brat. Yen Feng and the other 5 elders were speechless. The former knew that he had a bunch of divine weapons hidden in his body. Moreover, the Hall Master, Great Elder, Divine King, and the others were also closely watching his growth. How could they not have those high-grade mystic skills and the like? Perhaps the things in the Azure Cloud Pavilion really weren't that attractive to him. The top 10 can still enter the Sword God Pavilion. If you're lucky, you can even pick an immortal grade Mystic Skill Heart Sutra. Yen Feng's face twitched, but he still endured the bitterness and said, "Only immortal grade. I'm interested in peerless grade." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smack his lips. In his divine spirit palace, immortal grade mystic skills were as common as cabbages. There were hundreds of peerless grade mystic skills. Some of the more precious ones were even sealed. Yen Feng and Bing were still fine as they were mentally prepared. However, the 4 elders and the older students almost couldn't help but vomit blood. This brat's standards were too high. The moment he opened his mouth, he said, "Peerless grade, mystic skills." That kind of thing could create a transcendent force. Hee, elder, why don't you let us exchange pointers with Junior? One of the older students finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He slowly walked forward and cupped his hands towards Yen Feng and the others with a smile. If he's willing, we don't have any objections. Yen Feng smiled and waved his hand. Then he looked at Yun Nuashing. What would this brat choose? Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. When he saw the doubt in that person's eyes, he understood a little. Seems like he accidentally sat on the devil grade rankings with the identity of a new student, causing many people to doubt him. Now, did he want to test it out? It's fine if it's me. Senior, do you want to have a peaceful exchange of pointers, or do you want to use real bullets? Yun Nuashing took a step forward and smiled as he spread his arms, causing the older students to start. This was especially so when they saw the trace of laziness in his rainbow-colored eyes. An unknown flame ignited in their hearts. Wasn't this new student a little too arrogant? It's fine if we exchange a few moves. Junior should know that a new student sitting on the devil rankings would attract a lot of doubt. Maybe I'm not the first, and I might not be the last. How about I give you a chance to prove yourself? That senior smiled and clasped his hands. A low roar rang out from his throat as a majestic aura gushed forth from him like tidal waves. Ranked number 55 on the devil grade rankings, Yu Kuin. 7 seals, 7 revolutions, fire element. Junior, please give me some guidance. That boundless, black-colored aura gushed forth, causing the students behind him to start. After that, they hurriedly retreated, creating an empty space. This fellow Yu Kuin, his strength has improved again. Upon sensing the tyrannical aura, everyone couldn't help but wipe their sweat. This Yu Kuin was ranked number 50 on the devil rankings and had been hiding for a very long time. Who would have thought that he would actually improve so much today? With such strength, he should be able to enter the top 50. Upon seeing the high battle intent in Yu Kuin's eyes, Yun Nuashing helplessly shook his head and smiled at Xian. The latter rolled his eyes and spoke in a light voice. Don't be too heavy-handed. You should know how strong you are. Yes, I know. Yun Nuashing helplessly smiled. He then took a step forward and smiled. Ranked number 20 on the devil grade rankings, my surname is Yin. Fire element, 8 revolutions. Senior, please. As the last word fell, a seemingly solid star power suddenly condensed into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. It flickered with specks of starlight, as if it was a real star field. That extremely solid and vast aura caused everyone to be stunned. There was a trace of shock in their eyes. How could a rank 8 seal have such a huge amount of energy? A trace of astonishment flashed across Yu Kuen's eyes. A rank 8? Was he sure he wasn't a rank 8? He had also come from that realm. How could a rank 8 possess such enormous energy? Such a large amount of energy? Even a powerhouse with the 8th seal of the devil rank might not necessarily possess it. However, that trace of astonishment only existed for an extremely short period of time. Graveness surged in his eyes. He stomped his foot on the ground and his body shot out. Enormous energy rapidly condensed on his fist and even condensed into a small whirlwind. At the same time, the fire element energy drifting between heaven and earth also rapidly condensed. Spirit extermination fist. Yu Kuen spat out a stern cry from his mouth. He clenched his teeth tightly as a fist carrying a blazing fire element suddenly blasted out. The blazing fist wind spread out and violently pounced towards Yun Nuo Star. The blazing temperature caused the air to become extremely dry. Suppress. However, facing such a tyrannical attack, Yun Nuoxing only chuckled. He lifted his foot and lightly stomped on the ground. A golden array erupted in an instant. No one could even clearly see how the array was constructed or how it was activated. They only saw a flash of golden light and an enormous golden array appeared on the ground. Wong. The instant the golden array appeared, the suppressive force descended from the sky. That fiery red fist imprint turned back into pure energy and fire element in the blink of an eye. Yu Kuen's body also suddenly froze at that moment. He was firmly pinned in the air. His feet were off the ground and he couldn't move at all. Yu Kuen's face was slightly pale and his eyes were filled with astonishment. In just an instant, he couldn't even see how the array appeared and he was already suppressed. What rank is this array? Yu Kuen swallowed his saliva fiercely, his eyes filled with disbelief. The other students also widened their eyes in astonishment. Rank 7 had challenged a rank 8 and was instantly killed. This junior brother is indeed very capable. With just this move, I'm afraid that those below rank 9 won't be able to suppress him. The seniors all sighed. Indeed, one couldn't judge a person by their outer appearance. The devil ranking was still very valuable. I won't attack. Senior brother can't even defend himself right now, so... Yun Nuoxing rubbed his cheeks in embarrassment. He hadn't used his full strength to activate the suppressive array. If he did, even a god emperor would be suppressed for a second. After saying that, he stomped his feet and the golden array disappeared. Yu Kuen, who was frozen in the air, staggered 2 steps before coming to a stop. There was still a complicated expression on his face. He sighed and clasped his hands at Yun Nuoxing. Junior brother, you have good means. Yu Kuen is inferior. Perhaps the 20th rank of the devil ranking is still a little too low. I don't care about that plaything. That day I went there for the war god token. I didn't expect that I would be able to rush up the devil ranking. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gone. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing bitterly smiled and shook his head. If it wasn't for the Spirit Light Pagoda, he wouldn't have gone there to obtain the war god token. If he didn't obtain the war god token, he wouldn't have rushed up the devil ranking. Yu Kuen also smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say. He could only clasp his hands and retreat to the side. Not bad, junior brother. Why don't the 2 of us exchange pointers? A thunderous laughter rang out from the side, causing Yun Nuoxing to turn his head. He saw Chuan Mu and the other 2 slowly walking over. Hearing that laughter, Yun Nuoxing bitterly smiled and shook his head. He waved his hand and said, Senior Chuan, don't tease me. Being humble is a good thing. But in the academy, why don't you release your own radiance? Lin Kuei walked out from behind Chuan Mu. There was a strange look in his eyes. He looked at Yun Nuoxing for a while before smiling. Yun Nuoxing clasped his hands towards him. He didn't say anything and only smiled. This caused the other three to be puzzled. This little fellow was too mysterious. Bing coughed softly. He looked at Yun Nuashing and Zian, then pointed towards the mountain peak and urged, "Cough! All right, you still have to go to the third test. Although it's a little late, it can be considered as balancing your strength. Hurry up and go. The most important thing is to participate." "All right." Yun Nuashing lowered his head and muttered. Then he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He exchanged glances with Zian. The two of them chuckled. Then they held each other's hands and jumped into the mountain range. Instantly, arrays appeared on the ground. However, those arrays didn't explode. Every time Yun Nuashing took a step, an array would form under his feet. Then, all the arrays that were about to release their power were suppressed. The two of them flew rapidly in the mountain range, like swift swallows. In an instant, they had crossed a distance of more than 10 miles. There wasn't a single array that could successfully release its power to stop the two of them. "TSK, TSK, this fellow is a monster." Seeing that the arrays couldn't stop the two of them at all, and that even the magical beasts didn't dare to show their faces, the middle-aged elder couldn't help but click his tongue. Chuan Mu and the others also nodded. They had never seen a new student pass through arrays so smoothly in the freshman assessment. However, when they thought about how he was a magic array master, they were somewhat relieved. But they still felt astonished. Monster? Yen Feng and Bing couldn't help but chuckle in their hearts. This fellow wasn't a monster. He was a complete madman. He was a madman who could contend with a high-level god at the magic level. However, this madman was usually very peaceful. Chapter 641. In the magnificent mountain range, two figures flew side by side like lightning. Behind them, several formations quietly expanded, suppressing the boiling energy below. Boundless energy circulated around them, and at the same time, a scarlet-pink energy flowed out, suppressing the fierce magical beasts below them into a corner, causing them to tremble in fear. Their gazes lazily swept across the surroundings, before raising their heads to look at the mountain range ahead. With the speed of Yun Nuashing and Zian, even if they were 10 minutes late, they would still be able to catch up with the group of freshmen who had set off earlier. Furthermore, the latter had countless formations and magical beasts obstructing them. However, these were nothing to the two of them. The mountain peak leading to the demon rank has formations of the third rank of the demon rank. Will it be a little troublesome for the initial demon rank magical beasts to pass through normally? Wherever Yun Nuashing and Zian passed, the magical beasts would let out low cries and shrink their bodies. Even those in the middle of battle would roar and flee for their lives, causing those who were overtaken to be stunned. They looked at each other in dismay, and without caring about why such a thing had happened, they immediately chased after them. However, without the interference of the magical beasts, the formations started operating once again. Yun Nuashing did not break through all the formations, as that would be too frightening. With a wave of his hand, Yun Nuashing stopped the 3 large formations that were operating. Without turning his head, he said, "Under normal circumstances, we would have already reached the top of the mountain." This more straightforward answer made Zian bitterly smile. The extreme speed of the light element allowed him to pass through all the formations as if he was walking on flat ground. In other words, he was so fast that the attacks of the formations would miss. Roar! Just as Yun Nuashing and Zian paused for a second, a violent roar suddenly came from the front, resounding through the mountain range. The violent energy fluctuations in the roar swept out, snapping the towering trees in the middle. Demigod magical beasts. Aren't there only demon rank magical beasts? Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned, but he did not think too much about it. Just as he pulled Zian and planned to flash past, he was startled by a voice. "Haha, Yi Qinglian, let's die together. If you want to blame someone, blame your little boyfriend. Go to hell and resent him." After the earth-shaking roar, numerous, miserable cries resounded. One of the cries contained an extremely strong resentment. Upon hearing that name, the expressions of Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing changed slightly, and their figures hurriedly flew out. After climbing over a mountain, they saw a giant golden beast that was thousands of feet long with its mouth wide open. This beast was covered in golden scales that shone with a metallic luster. It looked as if it was forged from gold and some kind of metal. Its ferocious mouth was filled with rows of huge teeth that were as sharp as swords. Even its saliva had a metallic texture. When it landed on the ground, it would even create a pit. The golden-scaled beast lives by eating the mysterious goldstone crystals underground. Its body is as hard as fine gold, and its scales are even harder. Ordinary weapons would find it difficult to break its scales. Yun Nuashing muttered. Around the golden-scaled beast, there were at least 30 people lying on the ground. The huge wounds on their bodies were as if they had been cut by a sharp sword. The most miserable one was almost cut in half at the waist, and all of their faces were deathly pale. Under the big mouth there was a figure, but upon closer inspection there were 2 people. Furthermore, one of them was pressing the other firmly to the ground. Their limbs were all locked into the ground, and the slender figure below was firmly locked to the ground. That person's stomach even had a slender silver sword that pierced straight through his back. The intense pain did not make him loosen his grip. Qinglian, seeing the slender figure that was chained to the ground, Xian's expression changed slightly. Yi Qinglian's pretty face was somewhat pale, and her breathing was unstable. She seemed to have been injured. At this moment, she was being bullied to the ground, as if she was waiting for the giant beast to bite her. Damn it! Seeing the giant beast open its ferocious mouth, Yi Qinglian's face turned even paler. She struggled with all her might, and a majestic, demonic aura erupted from her slender body. The long sword in her hand stirred fiercely, shattering that person's internal organs into pieces. However, the person in front of her, who had a crazy expression on his face, laughed out loud, as if he did not know what pain was. The palm that was grabbing the ground tightened even more, causing Yi Qinglian to be unable to breathe and her face to become even paler. Roar! Roar! The golden-scaled beast, which was opening its huge mouth, suddenly felt an extremely terrifying pressure. It suddenly closed its huge mouth, and with a violent sound of metal striking, there was a hint of uneasiness in its fierce eyes. It suddenly turned around, and when it saw Yun Nuashing and Xian, its huge eyes shrank slightly, and a low roar came from its throat. It was like a warning, but more like a sign of weakness. The latter's body emitted a faintly discernible pressure of a divine beast, causing its soul to tremble. What's going on? The man, who was firmly pressing Yi Qinglian on the ground, was also stunned. Doubt flashed across his pale face. He had also heard that the ferocious roar was filled with caution and fear. He also, curiously, turned his head around. Soon after, he saw that 2 figures had appeared beside him, which was originally empty. Bam! Before he could react, a huge force slammed into his body. It was as if he had been hit by a meteorite. That huge force directly caused his hands and feet to lose their grip on the ground. His body flew out horizontally, and he spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood as if it was free. After that, he crashed into a huge rock and fainted. Roar! Roar! Only then did the golden-scaled beast see Yun Nua and Yun Xing suddenly appear at its feet. It was scared out of its wits, and the golden scales on its body dimmed. It hurriedly turned its gigantic body around and fled into the distance with all its might. Its heavy weight created a huge pit in the ground that was 100 feet wide. Looking at the golden-scaled beast running away and even knocking over a mountain, Yun Nuashing was a little speechless. Feng, it was too scary. Are you all right? Turning around to look at Yi Qinglian, who was still lying on the ground in a daze, Yun Nuashing put away the black heavy hammer in her hand and smiled. Zian hurriedly ran to her side and gently helped her up. He also asked with concern, "How are you? Are you all right?" Yi Qinglian took a deep breath and gently wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth with her jade-like hand. Then she smiled slightly, "Thank you." Looking at the many corpses beside her, Yun Nuashing could naturally see that they were sword wounds. Yi Qinglian tightly held the black sword hilt in her hand, and the sword was still stained with blood. She couldn't help but ask, "You wiped them out?" Yi Qinglian smiled slightly and didn't say anything. It could be considered as a tacit agreement, which made Yun Nuashing smile bitterly. Among the 30 or so people lying on the ground, the weakest was a demon rank 1 seal, and the strongest was a demon rank 4 seals. The one who was sent flying by Yun Nuashing's hammer, Yi Qinglian had wiped them all out by herself. She herself had just broken through to the demon rank not long ago. Can you still move? If you continue to rest, the top 10 spots will be taken by others. Although the 2 of us are fine, you care a lot, don't you? Yun Nuashing glanced at her calf. There was still a mottled bloodstain and a wound there. She then raised her head and looked at the mountainside in the distance. Many people had already started to attack the mountain peak. However, there was a very powerful demon rank array there, so it shouldn't be easy to pass through. But with their current distance, they would still need some time if they didn't use light element. Phew! Fortunately, I shouldn't be able to make it in time. You guys go first. Yi Qinglian smiled bitterly and shook her head. She lifted Mei Mao and looked at the 2 strangely. When they started the 3rd test, the 2 were still in the 2nd test. The 3rd test had started for almost half an hour, yet they had already caught up. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing wrinkled her nose and sighed softly. She then walked in front of Yi Qinglian and crouched down, saying, "Girl, let her up." "Qinglian, bear with it for a while. Our speed is very fast. We can still catch up." Zian nodded and said softly to Yi Qinglian. Yi Qinglian's pale face became slightly rosy as she looked at that slender back. She raised her bright eyes and glanced at Ziyan. Only when she saw him nod his head did she gently nod her head. With Ziyan's support, she stood up with difficulty. However, the wound on her right leg caused her eyebrows to tightly knit together. She could even see the whiteness of her bone. She did not know what kind of enmity those people had with her for them to be so ruthless. Yi Qinglian almost fell onto Yun Nuashing's back. Her soft body was tightly pressed against Yun Nuashing's back. That warm touch made Yi Qinglian blush. However, before she could move some distance away, she felt her legs being supported by 2 warm and slender palms. In the next moment, she felt herself flying through the clouds. The whistling, cold wind blew past her body. Yi Qinglian gasped for breath. Her ink-black hair fluttered behind her like a waterfall. However, not long after she felt the cold wind, an energy shield gently enveloped her. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. Sensing that something was amiss, Yi Qinglian raised her head. A hint of surprise quickly surged into her beautiful eyes. At this moment, they were already halfway up the mountain. She remembered that when they came here, there was a large array and many magical beasts blocking their way. How could they still maintain such a fast speed and pass through the array and magical beasts safely when they arrived at Yun Nua planet? That's right. The demigod-level golden-scaled beast was scared away by them. Thinking of how the golden-scaled beast had fled, Yi Qinglian's heart skipped a beat. Looking at that beautiful face that was calm and even had a lazy expression, Mei Mao was curious. These 2 guys were becoming more and more mysterious. She really wanted to know who they were. 1, 2, 3. 15 people are resisting the array. Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at the road from halfway up the mountain. There were more than 10 small dots and a large black torrent. Moreover, there was a huge fault in the middle. at least 40 magical beasts comparable to the fourth seal of the demon rank. The High Light Academy is too evil. Ziyen frowned slightly when she saw the ferocious aura emitted from the black torrent. There were so many intermediate demon rank magical beasts, yet they were unable to finish them off. Moreover, from the looks of the 15 people, it seemed that they had chosen to avoid the formation when they were facing it head-on. Qinglian, hold on tight to me. Also, close your eyes later. You definitely can't open them. If you can, seal your body senses. Holding those two soft thighs, Yun Nuoxing's mind was clear of distracting thoughts. She took a deep breath and said softly, although Yi Qinglian was a little doubtful, she still obediently did as she was told. Her jade-like hands quickly grabbed his shoulders. Ziyin tightly held Yun Nuoxing's arm with one hand and the former's jade-like arm with the other. She also understood what was going to happen in the next moment. Buzz! Nervously swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Mei Mao tightly closed her eyes. Her long and narrow eyelashes lightly trembled. In the next moment, she only felt a very strange energy rising from Yun Nuoxing's body. Following that, she felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. The feeling of weightlessness and supergravity came at the same time. That feeling was like when she was running with all her strength on the ground. A huge force suddenly slapped her back along the path she came from. Moreover, the speed at which she was pushed back was even faster. It caused her mind to turn upside down and her stomach to churn. She almost vomited. Fortunately, Yun Nuoxing reminded her to seal her 5 senses, so she didn't vomit. After that feeling of being turned upside down passed, Yi Qinglian felt herself being gently put down. Only then did she nervously open Mei Mao's eyes. Looking at the clouds floating in front of her, Mei Mao was overwhelmed with shock. Chapter 642. On the path leading to the mountain peak, 6 gigantic screens of light appeared on the giant stone platform. One of them illuminated the middle of the mountain, while the other illuminated the peak. The 6 screens of light corresponded to the 3 grades, respectively. However, there was clearly a limit to what they could see. Hence, when the third test began, there were already several figures rushing to the mountain peaks around the mountain range. At this moment, there were numerous gazes on the mountain peak that were staring at the scene near the peak, especially when they saw the group of mid-tier devil-ranked magical beasts. All of them had a look of schadenfreude on their faces. It's one thing to have the indiscriminate bombardment of formations, but there are still so many magical beasts. Defensive formations, magical beasts, and the other freshmen are scheming behind their backs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even if you went to the top 100 of the devil rankings to capture one, you would still end up in a sorry state. Those are 4th grade and 5th grade devil-ranked formations. Earlier, I seem to have seen a golden-scaled beast fleeing. Ah, isn't that the magical beast guarding the final test? Although it wouldn't really attack, it would still create a terrifying resistance. Did it flee? Yeah, look at the footprints below. Countless people stared at the path leading to the test. When they saw the freshmen being tormented to the point of being battered and exhausted, they couldn't help but mock them. It was as though they were watching a play. Back then, they were also forced to enter the devil rankings. But clearly, they didn't see such a difficult scene. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Among the gazes that were focused on the mountain peak, one of them suddenly turned to the mountain peak. There, he saw 3 people squatting on the ground, looking at the gigantic sword that was inserted into the ground with interest. Someone has ascended the mountain peak. A cry of shock abruptly rang out. Those gazes that were watching the freshmen being tormented with interest were all stunned. After that, all of them turned their gazes to the mountain peak that was separated by a chasm. When they saw the 3 figures squatting together, all of them drew in a breath of cold air. This was especially so when they saw that among the 3, there was a glowing figure. The amount of cold air they drew in was even greater almost choking them. Damn, why is it the two of them? The two fellows who were half an hour late in exiting the illusionscape even defeated Yu Kuin before they started on the path, snatching the lead from everyone else and ascending the mountain peak. Did anyone see how they ascended the mountain peak? I didn't even notice. They're obviously not in that group. It's a formation. It's definitely a formation. Soon, some people recognized the three figures, especially Yun Nuashing and Xian. They had been publicly executed for a long time, so it was difficult not to recognize them. Immediately, an uproar broke out all over the mountain. These two little fellows were too abnormal. Moreover, they were perfectly fine. Did those magic circles and magical beasts not cause any harm to them? The Son of God used the light element, but no one seems to have seen it. Pulling out the great sword will drain all of a person's energy, but it will only take 1 or 2 minutes. It seems that those people still have a while before they can go up. Is this considered cheating? However, this element is a cheat to begin with. Let's just pretend we didn't see it. I didn't see anything. Yan Feng and Bing both stared at the mountain peak and grinned mischievously. The 4 elders behind them were baffled. Why were these 2 old men acting so strangely today? On the mountain peak, Yun Nuashing and the other 2 squatted down to look at the great sword that was inserted into the mountain peak. The great sword was dark red and gave people a very strange feeling. It faintly emitted a suction force that sucked in the energy of heaven and earth. Yun Nuashing tried to pull it out, but he only used his strength once and then let go. This great sword had some tricks up its sleeve. You can't pull it out? Xian and Yi Qinglian saw that he used his strength and then let go. They raised their heads curiously, their May mouths sparkling. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing wrinkled his nose. He shook his head and said, "When I tried to pull it out, I felt the 3 types of energy in my body trembling. Perhaps pulling out this great sword will completely drain my energy, elemental energy and soul energy. Of course, this draining should be relative. No matter whose energy is drained, that person will be able to pull it out easily. Well, but I don't lack energy. The reward for being ranked 20th on the devil rankings is 30,000 energy points every day. Pulling it out will reward me with 1 million energy points, right? I'll leave it to you guys. I'll protect you guys." Yun Nuashing smiled and waved his hand. He then walked to the edge of the mountain. This mountain peak was separated by a chasm. It was a huge platform that stood alone in the sky. It was as if the surroundings of this mountain peak had been hollowed out. There was only a huge pillar that supported the sky here. There was a drop of 100 meters and a horizontal distance of 30 meters from here. It was really difficult to jump or fly over while facing the array and magical beasts. Xian and Yi Qinglian looked at each other. The latter was wrapped in bandages and knew that her body was weak. Moreover, in terms of strength, she was no match for the 2 of them. She planned to withdraw. However, the former only smiled at her. Then he stood up and jogged toward Yun Nuashing. Seeing this, Yi Qinglian was stunned. Her jade-like fingers touched her cheeks in astonishment. However, when she saw the backs of Yun Nuashing and Yi Qinglian standing side by side, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. Why were these 2 so strange? However, she didn't hesitate for too long. Yun Nuashing and Yi Qinglian had given this opportunity to her and even protected her. If she continued to be modest at this time, it would be a little hypocritical. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qinglian's long and narrow Mei-Mao eyes glowed. She stretched out her snow-white hand and suddenly grabbed the hilt of the huge sword. Then, she felt a strong suction force erupting from the huge sword. The demonic energy in her body also gushed out at this moment and was continuously sucked in. Feeling this strange state, Yi Qinglian was also startled. However, when she thought of what Yun Nuashing had just said, she clenched her teeth and held on with all her might. On her bright and clean forehead, her eyebrows were tightly knitted as beads of sweat appeared. Wow, these 2 guys are really generous. That's 1 million energy values. If only I had such treatment during the assessment. I'm really envious. Other people's teammates. Then there's no point in that, huh? Originally, the fight for the huge sword on the mountain peak was the most exciting part. Who asked these two monsters to come this year? They just entered, and they already occupied the 20th and 36th positions on the demon ranking. Could it be that there's someone among the new students who can contend against them? Now that you mention it, that seems to be the case. Countless gazes on the surrounding mountain peaks couldn't help but smile bitterly when they saw this scene. These two people had broken the rules. In this way, the assessment of the demon ranking had lost its meaning. However, the first and second positions of the new students wouldn't change. They already had a measure in their hearts. However, these two people might be comparable to the experts of the younger generation in Shaoguang City, or even the 5 major cities in the southern part of Source Peak region. Why did they still enter the academy? Looking at them, it doesn't seem like they've taken a fancy to anything in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. This I don't know. With their strength, they shouldn't be any weaker than the divine sons and divine daughters that the clans and powers have nurtured with all their strength. I'm also very curious as to why they came to the Farlight Academy. Who knows? A moment later, more voices of doubt rang out. However, it wasn't discussed for too long before it was ignored. When the 4 elders saw Yun Nuashing and Ziyan's actions, they helplessly shook their heads. When they raised their heads to look at Yan Feng and Ziyan, seeing that they didn't do anything, they also sighed. It seemed like the most exciting battle of the year was already over. Sensing the movement behind them, Yun Nuashing and Ziyan's lips curled into a smile. Then, they stared at the people below who had already reached the edge of the chasm and took a deep breath. Hey, how about I discuss something with you guys? Yun Nuashing lightly exhaled. Her voice contained the power of stars as she transmitted it to the mountain range below, startling the 15 people who were retreating while fighting. Before they could react, she continued, I'll help you block those demonic beasts and break your array. After you're done adjusting your breathing, we'll fight around and line up. How about that? Why? Among the 15 people, one of them suddenly turned his head and looked at Yun Nuashing on the mountain peak. His eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't even see the two of them and didn't even know how they got up there. Why? Because this... Yun Nuashing was also stunned when she heard that. She scratched her head and thought for a moment. Then she had an idea. She placed her hands on her waist and said in a domineering manner, because I'm ranked 20th on the devil rankings and because I'm standing here right now. Of course, if you guys aren't convinced, you can charge up. I definitely won't stop you in midair. The 15 people were stunned and their movements slowed down. They were almost caught by the demonic beasts behind them. They quickly took a second to look at the mountain peak. When they saw the two of them standing there and scathed, they bitterly smiled. All right, what you said made sense. They were speechless. So, aren't the top 10 able to enter the Sword God Pavilion? There are 3 people here and 7 people are missing. I'll help you block the demonic beasts and array. You guys can fight among yourselves. Who can win? Yun Nuashing smiled and sat down at the edge. 3 people? Those people started, but they soon regained their senses. Seems like there was one more person who was drawing his sword. No wonder he wanted to block them. How tyrannical. However, due to his strength, no one dared to say anything. They all nodded fiercely. Rather than being pincered from the front and back, they might as well fight it out with the people beside them. Maybe they might be able to snatch one of the 7 spots. Do you mean what you say? One of them seemed to be worried and asked again. I don't know any of the 15 of you. There's no need for me to be biased, right? Yun Nuashing grinned. He also heard the voices from the surrounding mountain peaks. Since he felt it was boring, he might as well make it more interesting. This little fellow really knows how to smooth things over. The 4 elders couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. Their original plan was disrupted, but now they barely managed to smooth things over. Although the first, second, and third spots were taken, there were still other spots. Okay, we promise you. The 15 of them fiercely clenched their teeth and agreed. However, the instant they agreed, they suddenly discovered that those demonic beasts had abruptly stopped in their tracks. Horrified expressions appeared on their faces, as if they had encountered something extremely frightening. Immediately, they turned around and fled for their lives. Yun Nuashing also opened his evil spirit eye. Staring at the rays below, he lightly snapped his fingers. Following that, those arrays that were constantly exploding with energy suddenly shattered into pieces in an instant. This method made the cheeks of everyone who had been paying attention to the situation here twitch. Was this guy a human or a monster? The 4th grade magic array was broken just like that. He didn't do anything, and yet he still scared the demonic beasts away. It felt as if he had been commanding the demonic beasts and the arrays all along. It's done. You guys rest for a while and then fight among yourselves. I'll be watching from above. Whoever wins will be the first among the freshmen. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and laughed loudly, causing everyone's faces to be filled with black lines. Weren't you the first among the freshmen? However, what surprised Yun Nuashing was that the people below did not adjust their breathing. Instead, they started fighting. Moreover, it was a chaotic battle. Streams of energy flew across the sky, creating huge craters on the ground. Even the towering trees were broken. The 15 people below seemed to be fighting with their lives on the line for the 7 spots. They were somewhat stunned as they watched them fight with their lives on the line. One of them even used his teeth as a weapon and bit someone's hand. The latter immediately screamed in pain. Why do I feel like I'm the villain? Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly as he touched his cheek. Chapter 643. Yun Nuashing didn't have the slightest bit of interest in the title of number 1 among the freshmen. It was just like how he had discussed the strongest expert of the younger generation with Yuan Shi and the others back then. He had no interest in fighting for that title, nor did he have any interest in knowing who it was, although they had already tacitly agreed to it. After all, not everyone had the ability to challenge gods at the devil rank. Elder, the title of number 1 among the freshmen, is being fought for below. You guys can just watch. I have no interest in it. Yun Nuashing waved his hand at Yanfeng and the others as he smiled. MHM, you don't want to fight for it? That's true. It's the same whether you fight for it or not. You are already ranked number 20 on the devil rankings. There's no difference whether you want the title of number 1 among the freshmen or not. The 4 elders stared at Yun Nuashing in astonishment. Usually, youths at this age should be hot-blooded and full of vigor. A title could satisfy their vanity, yet this fellow actually didn't want it? This old man has no interest in this plaything. Yun Nuashing clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head with a sigh. His words, sounding like an old man, caused everyone to have black lines on their faces. The 2 elders here might seem young, but they also knew some things. It was fine for them to refer to themselves as old men, but you don't seem to be that old either. Why are you acting like an old man? Yanfeng and Bing exchanged a glance, but they didn't say anything. The temperament of a godchild was no longer the same as when he was young. He was only thinking of ways to make himself younger. If one said that he was a white-haired old man in his heart, they would believe it. It was because that kind of profound aura was something that couldn't be faked. When Yun Nuashing and Bing turned around, the huge sword that was tightly embedded in the ground had already been pulled out. As for Yi Qinglian, she had already exhausted all her strength and was lying at the side, seemingly unconscious. Zian hurriedly ran over to help her up. Yun Nuashing did a quick check, and then her cheeks twitched slightly. She smiled bitterly and said, "You actually used up all 3 types of strength." No wonder those seniors said that the most exciting battle in the past was the mountain peak battle, and the most difficult part was probably when you pulled out the sword. If you didn't have a trusted teammate to hold the line, you wouldn't be able to pull out the sword no matter what. You would only be drained of strength as you tried one by one, and then be repelled one by one. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and raised his head to look at the sky. His mind was still replaying what he had seen in the divine level illusion. At that time, when he had walked into the gray world, there had been no images flashing before his eyes. This was because those images had directly turned into memories and surged into his mind. That was a world of dead gray. Even the path he had to face was gray and emotionless. This made him feel even more fortunate that he had walked into the peach forest that day and met Xian. However, he still hadn't completely recovered from those events. Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat when she thought of that light spirit. She warned Xian, and then her consciousness slowly sank into the soul world. In the soul world, the three colored flames had condensed into a large and exquisite residence. She could even hear some discussions coming from the courtyard. She quietly walked into the courtyard and stood in front of the stone table made of flames. The light spirit had turned into the size of a normal person. Apart from the beautiful wings on her back and her sharp ears, she was no different from a girl. The girl had a graceful and slender figure. Under the cover of her golden dress, her breasts were perky and her waist was slender. Her picturesque eyelashes fluttered lightly, and her beautiful face was no longer as angry as it had been the first time she had seen it. When she was talking softly with Ziyi and the others, she would cover her mouth and chuckle. She cupped her face with her slender hand, and her jade-like fingers gently stroked her long golden hair. This scene was like a painting, and Yun Nuashing was stunned. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and walked out from the corner. There was still an empty seat in front of the stone table, and there was even a cup of steaming hot tea. It seemed that it had been deliberately left for him. Oh, the Lord is here! When Yun Nuashing walked out from the corner, Ziyi also saw him. He couldn't help but chuckle, and a crisp sound like a wind chime slowly rang out. Feng and Exen also turned their gazes and looked at the former with smiles. However, when the light spirit saw him, she pouted her little mouth, and there seemed to be some hidden bitterness on her delicate little face. Yun Nuashing walked straight to the empty seat and sat down. When he saw her bitter look, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. There's no need for such a big change. I only broke your illusion, and it's as if I did something to you. When the light spirit heard this, her pretty face turned red, and she lowered her head and muttered something. What? Yun Nuashing frowned slightly and stretched his ears, but he couldn't hear what she was saying. I said, the light spirit slammed her jade-like hand on the stone table, and her whole body bounced up, giving Yun Nuashing a fright. Then she roared hysterically, Why did you wake up at the last moment? I don't understand. It's fine that you woke up, but you even hit me. And you hit me so hard. Bad guy, bastard. If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let you off. Ah, I'm so angry. Yun Nuashing was a little stunned by the roar, and his whole body leaned back in the chair, and his expression was blank. Z and the other two girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. After so many years, you finally met a little chilly. Let's see how you deal with it. After the light spirit finished roaring, she suddenly sat on the stone table and crossed her arms. She was so angry that she was breathing rapidly, and her full breasts rose and fell with her breathing. After a long time, Yun Nuashing came back to her senses, and she awkwardly fixed her messy long hair. When she heard the light spirit speak the common language of the god realm, she remembered that the person in the illusion also spoke this language. Only then did she say with uncertainty, That person was transformed by you? I didn't know about this. Besides, who asked you to make the illusion so scary? Even I was shocked and almost lost in it and couldn't come back. You're blaming me for this. You barged into the illusion yourself, and you're blaming me. The light spirit was so angry that her beautiful hair fluttered. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed fiercely, and her eyes widened in anger. Seeing that she was even angrier, Yun Nuashing also laughed bitterly. Before her mood changed, she hurriedly resisted the urge to quarrel with her. She waved her hand gloomily and said helplessly, "It's my fault, it's my fault, it's my fault, all right? If not you, then who should I blame?" The light spirit was so angry that her pretty face darkened. Yun Nuashing almost flared up when she heard this. Her cheeks trembled, and she felt somewhat unhappy. He, the one who barged into the illusion, didn't even complain, but the creator of the illusion was complaining that he had barged into the illusion. After being silent for a moment, Yun Nuashing inhaled a deep breath of air. He suddenly raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a cluster of extremely dense light element abruptly emerged from the courtyard. The brilliant light caused the few of them to habitually narrow their eyes. The light spirit was originally furious, but the sudden appearance of such a large amount of light element caused her heart to skip a beat. She immediately forgot about her previous unhappiness as she opened her mouth and sucked the light element energy into her stomach. That extremely pure light energy caused an intoxicated expression to appear on her pretty face. The light emitted from her delicate body became a little denser, and she even started to tremble because of the comfort. "Are you full?" Seeing an extremely beautiful smile blossoming on her pretty face, Yun Nuashing also let out a sigh of relief. Hearing this, the light spirit's pretty face reddened. She knew that she had lost her composure, so she promptly recovered. She wanted to pretend to be calm, but her bright eyes betrayed her. She couldn't hide the longing and excitement in her eyes. "Have you calmed down? If you have, then I'll make some more." Seeing that Mei Mao couldn't hide it, Yun Nuashing crossed his hands on the table and smiled faintly. The light spirit looked at him in a daze. After struggling for a while, she immediately nodded obediently. Then Mei Mao looked at him with a fawning expression. What resentment? What resentment? That wasn't important. What was important was that with such pure light element, she could survive and wouldn't dissipate between heaven and earth. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing also laughed softly, with a thought. Another large ball of extremely pure light elemental energy appeared. It was like a small sun, illuminating this place until it was as bright as day. Seeing this, the light spirit was so happy that she didn't care about anything else. With a wave of her lily-white hand, she called over that ball of light energy. Then, she spat out a strange syllable from her small mouth. With a change of her hand seal, that ball of pure light element, as big as a house, was condensed to the size of half a fist. Then, she threw it into her mouth and swallowed it without chewing. She even let out a satisfied burp filled with light energy. "You're reconciled so easily?" Mei Mao looked at her in astonishment. Her small face was full of satisfaction. Zai also stared blankly for a while, then helplessly shook her head. She had thought that this little chili would be able to spice up Yun Nuashing. Seeing Zai's smiling expression, Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Looking at the light spirit who was lying on the chair in satisfaction, she asked softly, "Are you satisfied?" Hearing this, the light spirit nodded her head in embarrassment. Slowly she sat up straight. Her pair of sun-like eyes stared straight at Yun Nuashing. Her eyes flickered with a strange color, as if she was thinking about something. "Okay, let's stop messing around. I have some serious matters to discuss." Zai let out a dry cough. Mei Mao glanced at the light spirit, then turned to Yun Nuashing and said, "Kaixia said that she might be able to disperse the demonic aura in your soul." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing suddenly became spirited. She stared at the light spirit called Kaixia with sparkling eyes and asked with some expectation, "Really?" Her sparkling eyes stunned Kaixia. Then she hurriedly nodded her little head. However, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "I heard from Sister Yi and the others that light is the natural enemy of darkness. That so-called demonic aura is similar to darkness. However, I'm only a little spirit, so I don't have 100% certainty. I only have a 30% chance of success. 30%. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, and the blazing in her eyes dimmed slightly. After her soul had advanced to the god level, she also had a 30% chance of success. With this 30%, she had a 60% chance of expelling the demonic aura in her soul. However, if she was unlucky and really encountered that 40% chance, she might suffer a backlash. At that time, whether the surging demonic aura would slowly corrode her soul or completely corrode her soul in one breath was hard to say. 60% chance. Yun Nuashing murmured, then let out a long sigh. Should she take a gamble? Or should she drag it out until she found a way in the future? There's still 1.5 months. At this moment, Zai suddenly said something, which made Yun Nuashing's heart tremble. She raised her head and saw the solemn expression on Zai's pretty face. Zai continued, "You've used a lot of energy recently. Originally, you still had 3 months before you couldn't suppress it, but now, the time has been shortened by half. In 1.5 months, you'll advance to the second seal of the demon rank." This should have been something to be happy about, but the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly froze. Foam absent-mindedly played with her hair, and her expression was slightly gloomy. Even Exander fell silent. She curled her legs up on the chair and hugged her knees with her hands. Her little face was somewhat gloomy. Yun Nuashing's heart trembled slightly. Had it already reached such a critical moment? Zai's words were very clear. In 1.5 months, she definitely wouldn't be able to suppress her advancement to the second seal of the demon rank. At that time, there would be an 80% chance that she would directly fall to the devil. However, if she gave it her all now, she still had a 60% chance of survival. Moreover, if she succeeded in expelling the demonic aura, her future path would be as wide as the sea and sky. Aye. Yun Nuashing raised her head and took a deep breath. Determination flashed across her eyes. Chapter 644. Not long after, 7 victors were finally decided among the 15 people fighting below. Although the giant sword was pulled out by Yi Qinglian, according to Yun Nuashing, the 3 of them did not fight for the title. The title was given to the first person among the 7 who jumped to the top of the mountain. At this moment, Yan Feng and the other 5 elders shook their heads, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Young people these days, they really didn't know what was going on in their heads. No matter if it was Yun Nuashing who had been chosen internally or was supported by everyone, or Yi Qinglian who had pulled out her huge sword, they had all directly given up on that so-called title. It was estimated that the number 1 freshman this time was thrown around like a rubber ball before it barely landed in the hands of that person. However, that person's strength was also very strong, and he also received everyone's recognition. Of course, compared to the other 2, he was still lacking by quite a bit. As such, the freshman assessment finally ended with a very funny ending. The one who won the number 1 freshman was not the abnormal freshman that everyone recognized, but the little guy who risked his life in the assessment. However, the one who pulled out the sword had nothing to do with him. Therefore, in the hearts of many freshmen and seniors, this title of number 1 freshman was not deserved. However, everyone had a scale in their hearts. It was just a title. As long as they knew who it was enough. Those few people did not fight for it, but it did not mean that they did not have the strength to do so. The battle between the half-demon and immortal ranks also came to an end. On the half-demon side, the person who pulled out the giant sword and obtained the number 1 freshman was very unexpected. He was not one of the powerful half-demon rank 9 transformation stage freshmen, but a little guy at half-demon rank 3 transformation stage. His name was Lin Sheng. The opponent he defeated in the end was Tang Yang, who everyone thought highly of. The latter was at half-demon rank 9 transformation stage, but he lost to Lin Sheng, who was at half demon rank 3 transformation stage. The exciting battle between the two of them shocked many people. He probably had a place in the demon rank. In that battle, even the proud seniors in the academy could not help but admit defeat. If it were not for Yun Nuoxing and Yi Qinglian, he would be the most dazzling name in everyone's hearts. However, Lin Sheng clearly did not care about this. After the battle ended, he rushed to the freshman area in a hurry. After pulling out the giant sword, he was already exhausted. No one knew where he had exploded with such great power. His speed left everyone dumbfounded. Before returning to the freshman area, Lin Sheng saw Yun Nuoxing and Yi Qinglian on the way. When he saw Yun Nuoxing carrying the unconscious Yi Qinglian on her back, his heart skipped a beat. Especially when he saw that her body was covered in bandages, his heart almost stopped beating. He hurriedly rushed to the two of them and hurriedly grabbed the latter's snow-white and soft hand. After checking for a while and finding that her life was not in danger, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he fainted as well. He used up all his strength to pull out the giant sword. How did he fly all the way here? Yun Nuoxing's face twitched when she saw Lin Sheng suddenly relax. The injuries and exhaustion he had been suppressing suddenly burst out and he fainted. What was this young couple doing? Xian cutely shrugged her shoulders. Then, Mei Mao had a hint of a smile in her eyes. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and teased, "Little star is the same. He won't collapse until he's exhausted all his strength and he's not in a safe place." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. What kind of attribute was this? As the freshman assessment came to an end, all the freshmen heaved a sigh of relief. They constantly rejoiced that they had not been expelled. In reality, there was not a single freshman who failed the assessment. After that, Bing also told everyone that Yan Feng was joking when he said that there were 1,000 people. This made the freshmen laugh, helplessly. This joke was too big. In the following period of time, the tense atmosphere in the freshman area eased slightly. The freshmen were now beginning to integrate into the Farlight Academy. Perhaps it would not be long before they would become familiar with this huge academy and become a part of it. However, Yun Nuoxing clearly did not have such self-awareness. He was as carefree as the wind. There were very few things that could truly bind him. Similarly, his personality was inclined towards indifference, which made it difficult for him to feel a sense of belonging. He did not feel that way now, and perhaps it would be difficult for him to feel that way in the future. After the assessment ended, Yun Nuoxing brought Lin Sheng and Xian back to the palace. One of them was seriously injured and had used up all his strength. The other was half dead and had used up all his strength. They had only recovered after 3 days of recuperation. In this regard, Yun Nuoxing only wanted to say that they were indeed husband and wife. They were even injured in pairs. Even their injuries were of the same type. As for the grudges between the two of them and others, Yun Nuoxing did not pay any attention to them. They could handle these matters themselves. Furthermore, the two of them had expressed that they did not need too much help. Their grudges would only be meaningful if they resolved it personally. Yun Nuoxing did not say anything and nodded indifferently. He watched as Lin Sheng and Xian disappeared into the forest. Only then did he regain his senses. He heard that there seemed to be a lot of noise coming from the outskirts of the freshman area. He suddenly thought of the Spirit Light Pagoda. He took a light breath. He would go there again and give it a try. This time, with the experience, he should be able to go even further. He turned around and went out. Just as he closed the door, before he could fly up, he heard the door behind him open softly. Then a fragrant wind blew over, and a slender figure appeared beside him. She was wearing a light purple dress that wrapped around her delicate body, and he could see the alluring curves of her full breasts. "Little follower, I won't run away." Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Xian's head. The latter smiled mischievously and hugged his arm tightly with her jade-like hands. She blinked her Mei Mao at him. Shaking his head helplessly, Yun Nuashing did not delay any further. He allowed her to hug his arm. With a move, he brought her away from this place and headed towards the Spirit Light Pagoda. There were many people in front of the Spirit Light Pagoda, as usual. The hubbub of voices caused Yin Nuashing to have a headache. When he landed, he could not help but be noticed by others. A portion of the older students had gone to watch the freshman assessment. What had happened in the illusory realm of the second assessment had made the two of them famous. Breaking through the divine-level illusory realm was unprecedented in the history of the Far Light Academy. When Elder Lu, who was guarding the pagoda, saw the two of them, he smiled faintly and said, "Have you rested well? Which level do you plan to practice on? Do you want to change the difficulty?" "You can change the difficulty of the Spirit Light Pagoda?" Yun Nuashing asked in astonishment. "Every level has a different difficulty. That's the most basic of the basics. However, you can also change the difficulty of the first level to the second level or even the third level. The training method for every level is different. Therefore, you can change the difficulty. However, you can only adjust it higher and not lower it." Elder Lu smiled. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. However, he shook his head with a bitter smile. The requirement for this astral body exam was to pass the 7th level. It should end at the 7th level. If he couldn't lower the difficulty, then it would be useless to him. After chatting for a while more, they entered the Spirit Light Pagoda. Xian stood outside the golden door and quietly waited. Just by standing there, she attracted countless gazes. Even those who wanted to enter the Spirit Light Pagoda couldn't help but stop and stare at her for a long time. Only when they recalled that she was an expert ranked number 36 on the Devil rankings did they reluctantly leave. For the second attempt at the Spirit Light Pagoda, Yun Nuashing was much more experienced. The first 4 levels didn't have any effect on him. Hence, he used the light element to quickly pass through them. In fact, when he reached the 3rd level, the 9 people curiously glanced at him. Very few people would choose to attempt the 3rd level multiple times. Once he attempted the 3rd level, it was equivalent to telling them that he was going to attempt the higher levels, testing his limits. However, the 9 people seemed to know what Yun Nuashing wanted to do and directly let him pass. They knew that they wouldn't be able to stop him even if they wanted to. He wasn't here to cultivate, so there wasn't much meaning in stopping him. After all, he had passed through the 3rd level in a crushing manner. If he tried again, he would most likely be crushed. When he reached the 4th level, the formation was broken in less than 10 seconds. Since he had secretly learned it, there was no need for him to waste so much effort. When Yun Nuashing stepped onto the 4th level, the Spirit Light Pagoda lit up with a bright light. Just like the previous time, a golden beam of light soared into the sky, causing everyone to be stunned. Was there another person who had reached the 5th level? Half a month ago, there had been another attempt. Back then, no one had been able to find a challenger. Would they be able to see one this time? Compared to those students who were at a loss, a terrifying light flashed past Elder Lu's aged eyes. If there was anyone he could think of, it would be the 2 of them who had been at the scene on both occasions. Thinking of this, he abruptly turned his gaze toward Xian. It couldn't be that brat who was at the 1st rank of the Devil rank, right? As though he had guessed that Elder Lu would be suspicious, Xian had already turned around. Now that he saw Elder Lu looking over, he felt that he couldn't hide it any longer. He bowed slightly toward Elder Lu and raised a jade finger to his lips as he whispered, "Elder, please keep this a secret for him." This disguised admission caused Elder Lu to widen his eyes in astonishment. A trace of shock could be seen in his eyes. It was really him. That brat who was merely at the 1st rank of the Devil rank was actually the one who could only pass the 5th level after passing the initial God rank. Why didn't he directly reveal his identity that day? If he did, the number 1 spot on the Devil rankings would be changed. The Academy would even give him one of the 3 recommendation spots to the 9 deities' hall. He doesn't like to be ostentatious. Seeing that Elder Lu was about to say something, Xian spoke before him. He bowed again and returned to normal before anyone could see anything wrong with him. This caused Elder Lu to be at a loss. He really couldn't understand what the youngsters these days were thinking. First, he rushed up the devil rankings and then gave up the title of #1 among the freshmen. Right now, he didn't want anyone to know that he was the one who had passed the 5th level of the spiritual light pagoda. However, seeing Xian's insistence, Elder Lu nodded his head gloomily. It was fine if he didn't say anything, but others might not be able to guess it. At this moment, in the spiritual light pagoda, Yun Nuashing was standing on the last step leading to the 5th level. After adjusting his condition, he attempted to take out the Netherruin sword. However, as expected, there was still a powerful force suppressing his body, preventing him from taking out the divine artifact. Last time, I took the risk of activating the soul burning art to 18 times. Because the amount of recovery wasn't much, I had to consume 1 soul talisman every second. This time, I don't have much left. I used a few hundred talismans last time and didn't replenish them. It seems like I won't be able to rely on talismans to pass this level. Looking at the last step, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat worried. 18 times soul-burning art, overlaid with divine flames and fused with Fonger and White E-Soul energy. I forcefully raised my strength to the peak of the demigod rank before getting stuck. Only at that level can I summon the Netherruin sword. Muttering to himself, Yun Nuashing raised his head to take a look and walked through the door. What he saw was still a huge hall. It was pitch black and gave off a very intimidating feeling. Condensing the light element to the strongest level. Can I pass through it in an instant? Yun Nuashing muttered to himself. Then he took a deep breath and nodded his head. Let's give it a try. As the last word fell, Yun Nuashing let out a low shout. Surging light elements gushed out endlessly like a fountain. Tens of thousands of light particles condensed into a sea of light, illuminating his body like a small sun. Taking a step back with his right foot, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. His multicolored eyes looked sharply at the spiral staircase at the end of the hall. He slowly let out a low chant. Radiant divine art, radiant transmigration. Before he could finish speaking, Yun Nuashing's body seemed to have turned into a ray of light. He crashed into the hall at the fastest speed possible. Then he suddenly stopped. A monstrous pressure fell on him like a meteor, causing his eyes to widen. His body, which had turned into light particles, suddenly froze. His body trembled violently because of the extreme pressure. Moreover, because of his charging posture, the pressure fell from the sky, causing him to almost fall to the ground. Still not enough? Yun Nuashing's eyes widened in anger. He suddenly raised his head. Then there was a hint of joy in his eyes, because he was less than 10 meters away from the spiral staircase. Without much hesitation, a scarlet talisman surged out of his body along with his thoughts. At the same time, white fur and scarlet-pink wings slowly grew out of his body. When he reached his peak state, he abruptly drew the Nethervoid sword from his body. It was also in that instant that he charged past the 10-meter mark and stepped onto the 6th step. At the same time, a huge pillar of starlight shot into the sky from the Tower of Spiritual Light. A starry sky seemed to appear in the sky above the academy, illuminating the land along with the 2 suns. Chapter 645. Phew! As soon as his feet touched the ground, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and Yun Nuashing quickly stopped using the soul-burning technique and his beast transformation. He turned around to look at the pitch-black hall and wiped the sweat off his forehead. I've passed, but that alone consumed 50% of my power. While rejoicing, Yun Nuashing also felt a bit heavy. If the 5th floor was already like this, then how terrifying would the 6th floor be? Jean Chin had said that the 6th floor was darkness. He didn't know what it was exactly, but he immediately thought of the Song of Farewell in Yuan City, the black starry sky, the boundless darkness, the demonic aura in his soul, and the chaos in his soul and shadow. He didn't care what he thought. He only knew that the word, darkness, wouldn't bring him too many good things. God, level soul. Compared to the soul power at the peak of the demon level, it's more than 100 times stronger. I should be able to withstand burning 36 times for a long time now. Yun Nuashing muttered to himself as he rubbed his forehead. Yun Nuashing stretched his back, got into the horse stance and pressed his legs. He took a deep breath and walked towards the 6th step. It was a short 1-minute walk, but Yun Nuashing walked for a long time. He walked very slowly and was a bit nervous. When he finally saw the door, he heaved a sigh of relief. Before he entered, he only looked from the side and didn't see any difference from the hall below. However, the real test started when he stepped in. Xianin, Sister Shui, Sister Jean, Sister Liuli, Sister In. Divine King, please protect me. Yun Nuashing gently touched his chest and took a deep breath before exhaling. Then he focused his gaze and stepped through the door. As soon as he stepped out, the world turned completely black. Pure black. Sounds disappeared, and he couldn't hear anything. It was absolute silence. There was no sound of breathing or heartbeat. It was as if even his heart had stopped beating and his blood had stopped flowing. Along with the disappearance of his energy, he could not sense any energy, but he could feel that in this pure black world, there was a terrifying sense of danger that could devour people, as if there was a prehistoric beast hiding in this dark world. This reminded Yun Nuashing of a bad memory, the Song of Death. It sealed the 5 senses and extracted life force. Perhaps it was a little different. Perhaps it would not extract life force. But at this moment he was like a blind man. Moreover, he was a blind man who could not feel anything. He could only control the most basic movements of his body. He did not even know how to move. Staying here for a long time would definitely drive him crazy. This is darkness. Yun Nuashing subconsciously lowered his head. He could not even verify if he had lowered his head. His body did not feel anything. It seemed that he could only give orders to his body, but he could not see the extent to which the orders were carried out. He could not even make a sound when he spoke. It was impossible to tell if he had spoken or if it was just a thought that floated through his mind. I have to walk to the end of the hall like this. Yun Nuashing was in despair. In this situation, he couldn't tell if he had moved his hands or feet. He couldn't feel his body or the outside world. He was like a living dead. He didn't even know if he was still alive. How was he supposed to walk to the end of the hall? It's here again, this feeling, darkness. It was as if he was in a black hole. Yun Nuashing felt his consciousness being swallowed by the darkness. He could only watch as the black tide slowly eroded his consciousness. He couldn't do anything within Xiaoguang City in a huge mansion courtyard. The giant white tiger, who had transformed into its original form and was lying lazily on the ground, suddenly rolled up its eyelids. There was an indescribable emotion in its tiger eyes. Then it slowly stood up. Its huge body was 4 to 5 meters tall when it stood up, startling the few people in the courtyard. Little White, the Golden Queen, gently lifted Mei Mao. There was an uneasy aura emitting from its body, causing her to frown. She didn't sense anything bad, but she knew that Little White and Yun Nuashing had a soul contract. Could it be that something had happened to the latter? That brat's spiritual flame is rapidly dimming. Little White's huge tiger eyes looked into the distance. Its deep voice caused the Golden Queen and the others to be startled. Then they all abruptly stood up with a trace of anxiety on their faces. Images flashed through its mind. Little White knew what had just happened through the soul link between them. It said in a deep voice, "It seems to be the test of the 6th stage of the spiritual light tower. Darkness, endless darkness. He has already experienced the Song of Death. If he experiences this darkness again, he won't have a good ending. Fortunately, this is only in the spiritual light tower, so it won't affect his body too much. However, the fear in his memories is unavoidable. I only hope that the seed of darkness won't be planted in his heart because of this and eventually walk on Yu Ying's old path. Little White sighed, and its huge body slowly lay down again. Seed of darkness? Hearing that Yun Nuashing wasn't in danger, the Golden Queen heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, she thought that something had happened to Little Star. She also knew about the spiritual light tower, so she wasn't too worried. However, when she heard Little White mention that, she was stunned for a moment and repeated it. Her understanding of Feng Yu Eng was based on some information left behind. Could it be that there was something that hadn't been recorded? The eternal nightmare has always troubled him. Although the things that he experienced were dreams, the emotions of his dark side would leak out. Once or twice is nothing, but it's impossible for Yu Ing to not sleep for trillions of years. There will always be an accident that causes him to fall asleep. Even in such a state, he would still enter the nightmare and suffer endless torment. The emotions of his dark side would eventually take root in his heart like a seed. When the seed takes root and germinates, it's the time when the time bomb explodes. Whitey let out a long sigh as a hint of sadness appeared in its tiger eyes. That memory was too terrifying and horrifying. What happened at that time? The Golden Queen couldn't help but ask. Little White raised its head, looking for something in the sky. However, in broad daylight, it could only see two dazzling suns. Yu Ing was just like those two suns. He had always been warm and gentle. However, at that time, in a distant star field that left the realm of the gods, he destroyed a star system. Hearing this shocking news, the Golden Queen and the Empress' jade-like hands trembled slightly. They looked at each other and sighed. Could it be that Little Star would also be like this in the future? Hopefully, it wouldn't be like this. Are you trying to say that you're sorry for being born into this world? The Black Devil, the son of darkness. Murderer. Executioner. Why aren't you the one who died? You're the incarnation of calamity. Everyone who gets close to you will be tainted by your sins. In the end, they can't escape death. You're the one who caused their deaths. Yes, I did it. What does it have to do with me? They died because they were too weak. The weak deserved to be devoured by the strong. What did I do wrong? You brought this upon yourselves. Look, this black sky is the accompaniment to the collapse of the world. It's a sad song for your funeral. You're all afraid of me. You're all afraid of my power. However, you're all looking for more power. What a joke. Millions and millions of people. Billions and billions of people? What does their life and death have to do with me? I don't give blessings. I don't bring blessings to the world. I only bring darkness and death to everyone. His eyelids slowly rolled up. It was pitch black in front of him. It was so black that he didn't know if he had opened his eyes or not. He only felt that he should have opened his eyes. There were many mixed voices in his mind. They were voices that originated from his memories. He hadn't heard them for a long time. How long have I been asleep? 2 hours? 1 day? Or half a month? Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and struggled to sit up from the ground. It was pitch black all around. There was nothing. Nothing existed. He turned his head blankly. Without thinking, he lifted his feet and walked in a direction. From the moment he stepped into this place, there was no choice to turn back. He could crush the crystal or die. He wanted to choose the former, but he couldn't take out the crystal. Xian will be worried. I have to get out of here, quickly. There was not a single sound in the vast, dark world. Yun Nuashing even walked unconsciously. It was said that people who walked in circles with their eyes closed would walk in circles. Therefore, every few steps he took, he would take a step to the left or right. He would pause for a few seconds before continuing. Darkness, darkness, darkness. Life is limited. Fate is unpredictable. The uncrowned demon king hiding in the dark abyss, forgotten by death, is called me. This darkness, I am the black demon. I am the embodiment of darkness. Darkness is like my body. Why should I be afraid of darkness? There are as many lives as the stars. Then let them fall. Ha! Ha ha! A mournful and evil laughter was suddenly emitted from the empty and dark space. This should have been a place where no sound could be heard. However, this laughter was emitted and resounded unceasingly within the empty large hall. That extremely evil laughter caused the darkness to tremble in fear. The brilliant starlight pillar transformed into a star domain that spread out. It was originally still daytime, and the 2 stars were still hanging high in the sky. However, in an instant, it seemed to have changed to night. The flowing star domain had starlight descending, and it was no different from a real starry sky. It enveloped the entire Far Light Academy. This magnificent scene caused all the students to raise their heads. They looked at this scene in astonishment and felt a little uneasy in their hearts. Who was it that lit up the starry sky? Jean Qin, Yen Feng, and the rest raised their heads and looked at the brilliant starry sky under the sun. There was respect in their eyes that was formed by the energy of the stars. It was the God Sun who was challenging the spiritual light pagoda. In the myriad divine realm, other than him, there shouldn't be many people who possessed such brilliant energy of the stars. The 6th floor of the spiritual light pagoda is filled with darkness. Only by having light in one's heart can one walk out of that predicament. I wonder if the young master is able to do that. Possessing the light element, the light should also remain in one's heart. Jean Qin raised his head and looked at the starry sky. He let out a long sigh. He felt uneasy in his heart. He had also been to the 6th floor of the spiritual light pagoda. It took him over a dozen times before he barely passed it. The darkness, there was enough to drive people crazy. Only those with great perseverance and light in their hearts could walk out of it. Young master, do your best. Jean Qin let out a long sigh as he prayed in his heart. Buzz! Just as this thought was confirmed in his heart, a clear echo suddenly rang out from the horizon. The star field in the sky above the Longguang Academy slowly fluctuated at this moment. Then, like a liquid, it slowly shrank back into the spiritual light pagoda. It drilled into the body of the pagoda and dyed the golden body of the pagoda with the color of stars. It was just like a giant star pagoda, deep and magnificent. This is passing the 6th floor. The instant the giant star pagoda appeared, Elder Lu, who was standing in front of the spiritual light pagoda, fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. A smear of astonishment quickly surged into his eyes. When Zian heard this, a smear of joy flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. Passing the 6th floor, would the 7th floor be far away? Furthermore, Jean Qin had told him that there was only one dark god expert in the 7th floor. Chapter 646. The tests in the spiritual light tower were set up by a certain god in the ancient era. The tests inside were all related to light. Not only did they test the light element, but light also represented light. It was also known as the trial of light. In reality, it was a test targeted at those who possessed the light element. Although other elements could also undergo the trial, it wasn't as targeted as the light element. The spiritual light tower was divided into 12 levels of difficulty. The 1st to 3rd levels could be classified as the demon rank, while the 4th level was the demigod rank. After the 4th level, those who weren't at the initial god rank couldn't ascend it. As for the 12th level, it was an ultimate trial left for later god rank experts to explore. Back then, when the people of the 9 Gods Temple discovered the spiritual light tower, they didn't monopolize it. Instead, they used it as a basis to establish an academy that recruited and nurtured outstanding students from all over the divine realm. If the students had very good aptitudes, they could even be sent to the 9 Gods Temple to cultivate. Thus, a small city was developed from scratch, Xiaoguang City. After many years of operation, Xiaoguang City also became a flourishing city that was famous far and wide. The academy's reputation also became increasingly great. The 9 Gods Temple also gradually handed it over to outsiders to manage. Although it wasn't a true takeover of the academy, it still had an inseparable connection with the Nine Gods Temple. The reason for doing so was because it was the guardian force of the divine realm. It stood towering above the clouds, overlooking all living things, and maintained its transcendent status. It wouldn't excessively participate in the matters of other forces. The second reason was because such organizations were spread all over the divine realm. If they were to completely control everything, they wouldn't have enough manpower. Thus, they had such an ambiguous relationship. The students who had graduated from the Farlight Academy had either been selected to enter the 9 sacred temples, traveled the world by themselves, or returned to their families. Regardless, those outstanding students who had graduated from the Farlight Academy had all become experts, whose names shook the entire region. Those students had all had the ability to pass through the 3rd or 4th level of the spiritual light pagoda before they graduated. Therefore, many people had linked those students to the spiritual light pagoda. In the history of the Long Light Academy, there were 100 students who had advanced to the demigod rank before graduation. There was only one person who had passed the 6th level of the spiritual light tower with the strength of a demigod. The latter wasn't an ordinary human. Adding to that the fact that he was blessed by the heavens with his mental strength, he barely passed the 6th level of darkness. However, there had never been anyone who had passed through the 6th stage with the strength of a devil. The 6th level, that kid with the first seal of the devil rank, is probably the most terrifying student in the history of the Farlight Academy. In front of the entrance of the spiritual light tower, which had been rendered into a giant star tower, Elder Lu's aged eyes stared fiercely at the wide open door, after which he glanced at Zian, who was also nervously looking at the door. Her ladylike appearance caused some doubt to appear in the former's eyes. In his heart, he was contemplating whether or not he should report this matter to the headmaster. However, when he recalled that he had just promised the girl that he would not say anything, he could only helplessly sigh. This phenomenon that had never appeared before caused the students around the Spirit Light Tower to widen their eyes as they nervously looked at the black, stellar tower. It had just lit up a part of the starry sky, and now it had turned into a stellar tower. Who was it that was challenging the trial inside, stirring up everyone's emotions? Even the elders and older students who were in closed-door training were unable to endure such stimulation, and once again surrounded the spiritual light tower. What was different from the previous time was that the silent atmosphere at this moment grew heavier and heavier, as though it was about to collapse the air. This caused everyone to not dare to say anything, and could only stretch their necks as they nervously waited. Within the spiritual light tower, the person who had caused the phenomenon that countless people were looking forward to was currently standing in the large hall on the 7th floor. The space before his eyes was bright and clear, without the gloomy darkness. There was only a single figure standing in the middle of the large hall. It was the same as the 9 people seen on the 3rd floor. However, the difference was that this person gave off a powerful feeling that was akin to Mount Tai pressing down on one's head. Shan Ming. At the entrance of the large hall, a hoarse and gloomy voice that had yet to enter the attack range of this person rang out. It was ice-cold and emotionless, and also contained an inextinguishable arrogance. It was as though he was the only one in this world that overlooked the common people. That Shenming expert opened his eyes and looked towards the entrance of the large hall. A black figure stood there. His colorful long hair fluttered without wind, and a black aura spiraled around his body like smoke and water. His face, that was as beautiful as a girl's, was filled with a gloomy feeling. His originally colorful eyes had become as deep and dark as a pool of stagnant water, lifeless and empty. He emitted a fierce, killing intent, and a faint taste of reincarnation was emitted, causing people to lose themselves with a single glance. What a powerful, orthodox, demonic chi! Did he lose himself in the 6th floor? To be able to pass through the 6th floor in such a state, I have to say that I admire you. I believe that within the younger generation, you are an extremely powerful person. However, if I were to let you out like this, I'm afraid that it would cause irreparable damage to the Longguang Academy. That Shenming expert softly muttered. Change the rules. You also possess the element of light and have not completely lost your mind. I will assist you. If you can pull back your lost mind and suppress the concealed demonic qi, you will be considered to have passed through the 7th floor. If you fail, I will kill you and heavily injure you. The Longguang Academy will be able to suppress you. Raising his head to look at Yun Nuoxing, that Shenming expert indifferently said, If your mind is not completely lost, then nod your head. There seemed to be some fluctuations in his soulless black eyes as he tightly stared at that figure. As if he understood his words, Yun Nuoxing stiffly nodded his head. At this moment he was like a puppet. However, he still had faint thoughts. His heart might have fallen into the 6th floor. Seeing him nod his head, that Shenming expert also breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and pointed to the position in front of him. Yun Nuoxing stared blankly at his actions. After a long while he stiffly lifted his feet and slowly walked to the front of the former. He stood there blankly for a long while before slowly kneeling down. Surging, gloomy demonic qi filled both inside and outside of his body. His black eyes were occupied by the demonic qi. Peeling off the gloomy side, one could see that in the depths of his eyes there was an uncontrollable tyranny. However, there was a trace of clarity guarding the final position, protecting the last trace of his mind. That trace of clarity was very small, but it was very firm and resolute. It was only because of this that he did not give up on his thoughts. That Shenming expert took a deep breath and slowly extended his palm. Dense light element slowly condensed on his palm. The intense light illuminated Yun Nuoxing's body. The gloomy demonic qi lingering around his body was not dispersed by the light element. This demonic qi was born from the heart and had already been infected by the light element. How could it be afraid of the light element? That Shenming expert also knew this point and was not anxious. He only slowly condensed the light energy in his hand. As the light energy condensed and rolled, it actually condensed into 3 half-inch long golden crystals, elemental crystals. A faint, gloomy voice slowly sounded. That Shenming expert raised his head and saw that Yun Nuoxing was staring at the 3 golden crystals in a daze. He thought for a moment and said, A beginner god level expert is able to solidify the elements. The higher the level of a god, the more solid the solidification of the elements can be. After he finished speaking, he saw Yun Nuoxing lightly nod his head. He was also a little surprised. This person's mind was about to be completely occupied by the demonic qi, but he was still able to stubbornly hold on to that trace of consciousness and not become a lost monster. What was supporting that trace of consciousness of his? That Shenming expert composed himself and took a deep breath. He gently waved his hand and the 3 light elemental crystals floated up. With a flick of his finger, the 3 crystal spikes shot out from the air and gently swam to the space between Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows, heart, and lower abdomen. Then they slowly drilled into her body. When they drilled into her body, a ball of faint light particles was released. The moment the 3 spikes drilled into her skin, they turned into an enormous amount of light energy and spread out. An enormous amount of light energy continued to spread within his body. The demonic aura that lingered around Yun Nuoxing's body suddenly began to wiggle intensely like a living creature. On his body, streams of black air swiftly shuttled back and forth under his skin, just like earthworms that were drilling holes in his flesh. The brutality hidden in the depths of her pitch-black eyes suddenly rushed to the surface. Her eyes lit up with a violent, blood-red color. Lines of demonic runes appeared on her beautiful face, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. After those demonic runes appeared, they rapidly spread down her neck. In a short while, they reached her chest. There a colorful bud stood. Even in the face of the menacing demonic runes, it did not shrink back. Instead, it emitted a faint fluorescent light, as if it was deterring those demonic runes. At the same time, all the divine runes on Yun Nuashing's body lit up with fluorescent light, causing the speed of the demonic runes and the black gas to become extremely slow. That is, the fluorescent light penetrated the obstruction of her clothes and was directly observed by that Shenming expert. Immediately his eyes narrowed slightly, for words quickly appeared in his mind, causing his mind to tremble slightly. However, he did not think too much about it at this moment, and hurriedly reminded her, "Guard your mind. Don't let the demonic aura control you. Otherwise, you will only be reduced to a ferocious beast that only knows how to kill and will never be able to rise again." Many inexplicable things flashed past her blood-red eyes. There were runes, charms, and divine runes that could not be understood. It was as if there were images flashing past in front of her. Inside the enormous soul, the black spot that was originally entrenched in the precordium of his heart seemed to have received an order and suddenly became active. Like a river, tiny streams of water flowed out and spread out along his meridians, continuously extending throughout his entire body. When this transparent soul was completely dyed black, that would be the moment he fell to the dark side. The Shenming expert, who was sitting cross-legged, also saw this and could not help but frown. Such pure light elements not only did not suppress the demonic aura in her body and soul, but the demonic aura took advantage of the moment when her mind was empty to spread rapidly. It was as if she was using the light elements to lure the demonic aura into action. "Oh no!" The Shenming expert was startled. His hands formed seals as fast as lightning. Surging light elements surged and finally condensed into a huge golden charm in front of her. She held it and forcefully slapped it towards Yun Nuashing. The golden charm did not have any power, but it caused the space to rapidly fluctuate. Then, when it came into contact with Yun Nuashing, it quietly fused into her body. Then, countless golden rays of light appeared on her skin. Even the reddish-gold blood started to rapidly circulate at this moment. As soon as the golden rays of light appeared, they surrounded the demonic runes. The black stream in her soul was abruptly blocked by the golden streams of water. Then it was cut off and sealed off in various areas. It was surrounded and suppressed by the golden energy. As for the black water droplet in her chest, it was wrapped up by the golden energy, as if it was going to be refined in one go. "Condense!" the Shenming expert softly shouted. His hand seals changed, and the golden energy that sealed off all the black water droplets in her soul condensed towards her chest, withdrawing all the black water droplets. As for the black water droplet that was surrounded, it seemed to sense that it could not provoke the golden energy. After trying to break through several times to no avail, it once again fell silent and retreated to her chest. At the same time, the demonic aura in her body was also surrounded by the light elements. However, the demonic aura here did not seem to be as easy to deal with as in her soul. Although it was completely wrapped up by the light elements, it stuck to Yun Nuashing's flesh and blood without letting go, making it difficult to uproot. At this moment, a silver imprint and a silver blue zither slowly appeared between her eyebrows and her heart, which had always been wrapped up by a white barrier. As soon as the two of them appeared from behind the white light, an extremely terrifying pressure surged out, causing the Shenming expert to be stunned. Afterwards, he retreated in shock and looked at Yun Nuashing with uncertainty. A silver blue imprint slowly appeared between her eyebrows. Clearly, the imprint and the swirling zither had sensed Yun Nuashing's danger and had spontaneously put up a defense. The Shenming expert was stunned. Afterwards, joy surged into his eyes, and he could not help but smile. It works! After the swirling zither and the god's imprint appeared in tacit understanding, they merely shook gently. The demonic aura that had stubbornly stuck to Yun Nuashing's flesh and blood suddenly disappeared with a soft hum. Not even a speck of it was left behind. The light elements that the Shenming expert had poured in also quietly disappeared with the sound of the zither. As the demonic aura in her soul was suppressed and the demonic aura in her body was expelled, the unsettling demonic aura around Yun Nuashing's body also slowly disappeared. The demonic imprint on her ferocious face rapidly retracted like a stray dog, retracting from her chest to her right forehead before disappearing under her skin. Her blood-red eyes also slowly dimmed at this moment. The blood-red color faded away and was replaced by a pair of dazzling, multicolored eyes. As her eyes regained their color, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and quickly blinked her eyes. She looked around and then cupped her hands towards the Shenming expert, who was slowly walking over. She bowed slightly and said softly, "Thank you, Senior." Although she was suppressed by the demonic aura to the point that she only had a weak thought, she still knew what had just happened. Therefore, she did this action without any hesitation. If it were not for that Shenming expert, she might have walked out in such a state. At that time, she would probably have frightened others. The Shenming expert also sighed deeply. A smile hung on his face as he said softly, "According to the agreement, congratulations on passing the test of the 7th step. However, I don't know why you took the risk to rush up to the 7th step, but I still have to say one thing. Before you become a supreme god, do not go to the 6th step again." Then she said rather sternly, "Currently, the demonic aura in your soul has been temporarily trapped in that place, but it has not been completely removed. Only with a clear heart can one pass the 6th step. You passed it unintentionally while in a demonic state. If there's nothing else, it's best that you don't go. Otherwise, you might trigger that unstable seal and fall into a demonic state again." This student understands. Yun Nuashing cupped his hands respectfully. He could not help but laugh in his heart. Since he had passed the 7th step, he could be considered to have completed the test and did not need to come to this ghost light trial anymore. The Shenming expert waved his hand and sighed. He pointed towards the spiral staircase at the end of the hall and said, "Go ahead. Only when you reach the staircase will you be considered to have passed. However, you won't be able to pass the 8th step. Obediently go out and recuperate. Don't casually fall into a demonic state again." Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. Then he cupped his hands towards the expert before jogging towards the spiral staircase. The moment he stepped into the staircase, the spiritual light tower, which was like a star domain, suddenly shook. The star domain slowly wriggled. Under the nervous gazes of countless people, it slowly turned into a storm with the color of a star domain and raged outside the spiritual light tower. Chapter 647. The star field colored storm came extremely suddenly, causing those students who were close to it to be unable to dodge in time. They could only watch as the storm hit their bodies and bounced off. However, those students who were bounced off were all prepared to vomit blood, but they only felt that they were bounced off by a gust of wind and did not suffer any substantial injuries. When they turned their heads back, they saw that a huge whirlwind had already formed 10 feet away from the spiritual light pagoda. Even Elder Liu, who was guarding the pagoda, was stunned. He hurriedly waved his hand to blow away the students who were still in front of the door, while he himself flew out of the pagoda. What happened? What happened? The strange phenomenon of the spiritual light pagoda has changed again. What's the situation this time? Passing through the 5th level lit up a starry sky. Passing through the 6th level, the starry sky converged into the pagoda. Could this starry sky storm be the 7th level? Someone passed through the 7th level. Looking at the huge starry sky storm, a hint of astonishment surged onto the faces of the students. 7th level. At this moment, they were still cultivating in the 1st and 2nd level. Many people could not even touch the 3rd level, but someone passed through the 7th level. It should be an elder. It's impossible for a student to pass through the 7th level. However, after thinking about it, many students heaved a sigh of relief. The teachers and elders had said that only gods could pass through the 5th level and above. Then this 7th level was definitely caused by an elder. That's right. However, When Elder Lu heard these words, his eyebrows twitched. Soon after, he laughed bitterly. "That's right, my foot. That wasn't caused by an elder. It was caused by that person whom you all said was impossible." However, after looking at Mei Mao, who was filled with worry and joy, he closed his mouth again and could not help but laugh bitterly. Who asked him to promise that he would absolutely not tell anyone. At this moment, when he thought about it, his mouth really itched, and he wanted to expose this truth. "Sigh, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have agreed to it." Elder Lu looked depressed. She was excited because Yun Nuoxing's first test was to pass the trial of light on the 7th stage. Now that she saw that he had completed it, she was happy for him. As for her nervousness, it was because Yun Nuoxing would always risk his life. She didn't know what had happened in the spiritual light pagoda and wasn't too sure what the darkness on the 6th stage was. However, Elder Jinqin had mentioned that there was a divine underworld expert on the 7th stage. Therefore, she was somewhat nervous. Even though she knew that Yun Nuoxing could defeat a divine underworld expert, she still couldn't help but feel nervous. The star-field storm lasted for less than half a minute before gradually disappearing. In an instant, the sky calmed down, while the spiritual light pagoda returned to its most tranquil golden color, as though nothing had happened. However, countless people had seen the massive, dreamlike phenomenon, which was magnificent and gorgeous. At this moment, they really wanted to see which elder had such courage to pass through the 7th step of the spiritual light pagoda. "Girl, I'm at the place where I trained last time." Xian's heart suddenly jumped as a gentle voice rang out in her mind, causing her to be slightly startled. The voice was extremely gentle and powerful, causing the huge rock in her heart to slowly be put down. Soon after, she couldn't help but sweetly smile, causing the surrounding students to stare blankly at her. This scene almost caused them to drool. Xian paid no attention to the gazes in the surroundings as she lightly turned around, and then her delicate figure twisted before flashing swiftly towards the depths of the mountain. She knew as well that those people that were waiting for a certain elder were about to fail because he'd already left the spirit light pagoda. Seeing her leave, Elder Lu seemed to have understood something. With his hands behind his back, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. These two mysterious little fellows had always been hiding themselves. They were clearly gold, yet they didn't release any light. Or rather, they didn't plan to release any light. Forget it. I don't understand what the youngsters these days are thinking. Elder Lu sighed. The phenomenon of the spiritual light pagoda had attracted quite a number of people, including many elders and teachers. It wasn't good for him to call everyone away at once. Thus, he returned to the entrance and quietly sat down, closing his eyes to rest. In the great mountain of the academy, Xian controlled the wind element and rapidly flew over the sea of trees at lightning speed. In less than 10 minutes, she saw a familiar mountain peak. On top of it, there was a familiar figure standing alone, like a divine sword standing on the mountain peak, reserved and deep. "Little star!" Seeing the familiar black figure, Xian couldn't help but smile. With a twist of her delicate body, a gust of wind swept past. With a flash, she appeared beside Yun Nuoxing. The sudden appearance of a figure beside her caused Yun Nuoxing, who was meditating, to open her eyes. Turning her head, she saw Xian's smiling appearance and couldn't help but smile. Staring at her clear and moving crystal eyes, her heart felt slightly warm. She suddenly stretched out her arms and embraced the girl's slender waist. The girl was caught off guard by this sudden action. A faint blush instantly appeared on her delicate cheeks. Although she was somewhat startled in her heart, she didn't resist. She could feel that her heart was churning a little, and wasn't as calm and distant as she appeared on the surface. She slowly stretched out her jade-like arms and tightly hugged Yun Nuoxing's waist, as though she wanted to merge the two of them into one. "Girl." Yun Nuoxing slightly lowered her head and buried her head in Xian's hair. Gently sniffing the girl's delicate fragrance, She gently stroked her hair and muttered, "Go! Don't come back!" The girl's soft and delicate body suddenly stiffened. A heart-wrenching despair flitted across her beautiful, glass-like eyes. It was as if her heart had died at that moment. However, she very quickly felt that something was wrong. That was because the body of the youth in her embrace was faintly trembling. The arms that were hugging her had also increased in strength. Among the countless churning emotions in his heart, she seemed to have read some longing and reluctance to part. Her soft red lips gently parted. However, before she could say anything, Yun Nuashing faintly sighed and slowly told her about what had happened on the 6th and 7th levels of the spiritual light pagoda. Perhaps even he himself didn't know that he had long regarded the girl as someone he could rely on in his heart. She was one of the few safe havens in his heart. Therefore, he had never hidden these matters from her, including Ziyi and the others. Only he himself knew about what had happened in the spiritual light pagoda. At this moment, he was telling them everything. The youth's pained and helpless voice resounded in her ears. That faint narration caused a sliver of heartache to flash across the girl's beautiful eyes. She also knew why he had asked her to leave just now. "I'm afraid that there will be a day when I won't be able to control myself. The first time in the ghastly forest, I managed to retain the last of my rationality. This time in the spiritual light pagoda, I was able to forcefully control my nearly out-of-control mind. What about the next time? What about the next time? I can't guarantee it. I only know that there will be a day when I'm completely unable to control myself. Maybe I'll swing my sword at you. I don't want to see that scene." Yun Nuashing fiercely clenched his teeth. That sentence kept echoing in his heart, causing him to feel very agitated. He was also very afraid. He was afraid that there would be a day when he would turn into a demon and go crazy, pointing his butcher's knife at the people around him. You are the embodiment of disaster. Everyone who gets close to you will be tainted by your sins. In the end, they will also be unable to escape death. It's you who caused their deaths. He couldn't help but murmur this sentence, causing the girl's delicate body to tremble slightly. Mei Mao's heart ached for him. Had he always been burdened with these bad memories? How had he managed to hold on for so many years? The air was silent for a long time. Xian didn't answer. Her delicate body pressed tightly against the youth's body. Her two full mounds were pressed tightly against his chest, causing her to have a slight shortness of breath. The warmth from the youth's body calmed her unstable heart once again. So he didn't really dislike her. She also didn't expect that when she said she would leave, the moment when it almost became a reality, she would feel so hopeless. So, she wasn't as strong as she thought she was after a long time. Xian gently patted Yun Nuashing's back. Tenderness and love flashed across her clear Mei Mao's eyes. Just as he was feeling helpless and absent-minded, she gently lifted her red lips and bit his lips. Caught off guard by this sudden deep kiss, Yun Nuashing's head turned red with a bang, and his heart felt as if hundreds of fireworks had been set off, exploding until his head was dizzy, and he did not react for a long time. He only felt that the jade arms on his back and waist were hugging him even tighter, causing him to be unable to escape. For about 15 minutes, Yun Nuashing was suppressed and couldn't move. Their breaths hit each other's faces. That alluring fragrance made Yun Nuashing dizzy. A flame quietly rose in his heart, giving him a fright. He quickly suppressed it, firmly suppressing it. After a while, Xian gently let go of Yun Nuashing's little mouth. As if she hadn't had enough, she gently pecked his lips a few times. When she saw his beautiful red face, she gently smiled, lowered her head slightly, and pressed her little face against Yun Nuashing's shoulder. She gently said, "Little star, I love you." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing finally reacted. The redness on his face slowly disappeared. After a long time, he returned to normal. He let out a long sigh and helplessly shook his head. As expected, a few words can't drive away a little shadow like you. Hearing this, Zian also gently smiled. If little star can drive me away, then all my previous efforts would have been in vain. We already made a promise. Yun Nuashing still wanted to say something, but Zian beat him to it. Back then, we agreed that I would use the rest of my life to melt your ice heart. At that time, little star didn't reject me, so you can't drive me away anymore. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Was this considered his fault? But if there comes a day when I really can't control myself, what will you do then? After a long sigh, Yun Nuashing's face was a little gloomy. At that time, who would be able to stop him when he had so many god-grade weapons and eternal weapons? When that time comes, let me stop little star. Zian gently smiled and rubbed her beautiful face against his. Her gentle words contained a determination that shocked even Yun Nuashing. The girl in his arms didn't answer for a long time. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. A gentle breeze swept his sigh to the distant horizon, blowing his robe and long hair that were tightly stuck together. Along with the wind, his messy emotions were also blown. Sigh, I've lost you. After a long time, Yun Nuashing finally said something, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even he felt very helpless. He rarely encountered anything that made him feel helpless and helpless. This girl was one of them. It seemed that he would always lose to her. This made him very speechless. Was this his nemesis? Or was it the calamity that he couldn't escape from? Hee. Hearing this, Zian smiled mischievously. She gently pouted her red lips and kissed Yun Nuashing deeply on the lips. His body stiffened again. Before he could recover, the former's words directly blasted him until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Little star, I want to have sex with you. Seeing his beautiful face turn pale in an instant, as if he had completely forgotten what had just happened, Zian smiled in satisfaction. Then Mei Mao smiled and said in a slightly charming voice, I plan to buy some medicine. After little star falls asleep. No. Stop. Don't think about it anymore. I was wrong. Girl, I was wrong. Don't mess around. I'm warning you. Let go of me. Yun Nuashing was so nervous that his face turned a few shades paler. His hands struggled wildly, trying to break free. However, he was tightly held by the two soft jade arms. Although he said no, his mind couldn't help but wander. It made his face so red that he almost had a nosebleed. In the spiritual world, Ziyi and the others heard this and suddenly clapped and cheered. Ziyi hurriedly wrote down this matter, making Yun Nuashing so angry that he wanted to fight them to the death. However, after carefully weighing the number of people, he silently gave up on this idea. The memory of being humiliated last time was still fresh in his mind. Although it was a gentle humiliation, it was still a humiliation. A humiliation. Chapter 648. The first trial of the star test? I did complete it, but there seems to be a problem. Yun Nuashing raised her head, her beautiful multicolored eyes sparkling as she looked at Zian. She scratched her head, but her reply made her slightly startled. A problem? Seeing her looking at her curiously, Yun Nuashing helplessly rubbed her face, sighed, and said, The first trial of light can be considered completed, and it's about the same as what I guessed. Passing the 7th floor is considered passing, but the problem lies in passing. After pausing for a moment, Yun Nuashing shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In short, it's just one sentence. He said that I passed too quickly, and he wants me to stay in the academy until I graduate. Moreover, during this period, I have to complete the 2nd trial of fire. As for helping you take back the fire origin, that's another requirement of the 2nd trial, so it doesn't count for now. But the trial of fire is at the Yanli Academy in the Ganyuan region, right? It's one of the elemental academies along with the Yuguang Academy. Don't tell me I have to make a trip to the Yanli Academy in the Ganyuan region? Zian's Mei Mao gently said, I don't know, but there's still a lot of time. Moreover, the difficulty of the first 7 trials of the star test won't change until I break through to the initial God level. Of course, this condition is dispensable to me, and I don't dare to cultivate it now. Yun Nuashing spread her hands and sighed. I'll try to see if I can expel the demonic aura in my soul later. Rubbing her fingers rapidly, Yun Nuashing pondered for a long time before taking a deep breath. Seeing Xian's worried Mei Mao, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, with that spirit of light, I'm confident that the success rate will be raised to 60%. Even if it doesn't work, there's still that barrier that will prevent me from suffering a backlash." When Xian heard this, she gently nodded her head and faintly sighed. She walked over to him with light steps and extended her jade-like arms to hug him. Then she walked to the side and took out the dragoncry sword. A trace of determination appeared on her face. It seemed that she was going to protect Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. With her protection, she was really at ease. Without much hesitation, Yun Nuashing took a few deep breaths and sat cross-legged under the shade of the tree. Her consciousness slowly entered the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, Zi and the others were waiting in the courtyard made of flames. When they saw Yun Nuashing appear, they also focused slightly. They knew what he was going to do, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. Would this move be accurate? When Yun Nuashing appeared and saw Zi and the other women's serious expressions, she was slightly startled. She also felt the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, she walked to the table and sat down. "Kai Xia, you said before that you can increase the success rate by 30%. How do you do it?" Yun Nuashing stared blankly at the light elf who was staring at him with her beautiful eyes. That kind of feeling was as if she was staring at food. But thinking about how he had become her long-term meal ticket, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Mei Mao's golden eyes, which were as dazzling as the sun, blinked. After a while, she said, "It's very simple. Sign a contract with me, and I'll bestow you with the ability to purify. This contract can only be broken when one party dies. Speaking of which, how did you come here? When you said little fairy last time, do you have any other meaning?" Yun Nuashing asked again. "Our world also has its own hierarchy. Little fairies are the lowest level existences. I'm also just a little fairy. In our world, according to strength, I'm considered a very ordinary member. However, the place I'm from has a very high status, and there are many forbidden techniques. One day, I accidentally touched a forbidden technique and ended up here." Kai Xia sighed softly and said faintly, "Myriad God Realm. There are records of this magical land left behind on the ancient tablet. However, since I came here, I have no way to go back. This world doesn't have the energy needed to use fairy techniques, and I can't cultivate either. It's a waste of my youth." Yun Nuashing was a little speechless. "Who told you to play with that forbidden technique? It's already said that it's a forbidden technique. How can you casually touch it? Now you've tasted the pain." Cough. Yun Nuashing coughed softly. Her face was a little embarrassed as she said, "I have a very rude question, but I still want to ask. Your age is over 1,000,000, right? Your strength isn't high, so why are you still so young?" Hearing this question, Kai Xia rolled her eyes and leaned on the table. She looked sideways at Yun Nuashing. She originally wanted to despise him, but when she thought that he would be her future breadwinner, she held back and said helplessly, "Our fairy clan's lifespan is close to eternal. How can we die so easily, even in this place? It's better to call it fairy energy here. Even in this place where fairy energy is scarce, it's enough to support us for many years. Otherwise, how do you think our ancestors who came to the myriad God realm survived?" Speaking up to here, Kai Xia sighed again. But even after so many years of hard work, our ancestors still couldn't survive in this world of the gods. Back then, countless fairies had to sacrifice their lives to open the fairy gate and escape back to our world. In the myriad God realm, there was no energy required to perform fairy techniques, and the energy required to cross the timeline was too large. When the fairies evacuated from the myriad god realm, they sacrificed the lives of countless fairies to successfully send a portion of them back to their world. Even if they escaped back, the fairies' vitality was greatly damaged. No one knew how many years it would take for them to recover. Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea. This was the first time he heard of these ancient secrets. How do we make the contract? He sighed and changed the topic. Just give me a drop of blood, and I'll take care of the rest. Kai Xia sighed softly. She seemed to be somewhat helpless and reluctant. When every fairy signs a contract, they have to try their best to find a suitable contract partner. And the higher the degree of compatibility, the more power they get from the contract. But now, in order to survive, I have no other choice. Why do I feel like you're very reluctant? Is my degree of compatibility not high? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He always felt that she was disgusted with him. I only know that you have the light element in your body. I don't know anything else. The energy I have left is only enough for me to survive and sign the contract. Kai Xia's eyelids drooped slightly, and there was an unconcealable gloominess on her bright little face. Her delicate body, curled up on the chair, was also trembling slightly, and even the radiance on her face was restrained. You just ate a large amount of my light element yesterday, Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart, but he didn't think much about it. Star power condensed into a needle in his hand, and he poked it lightly with his fingertip. A drop of reddish-gold blood slowly flowed out and dripped into the air. As if afraid that it wasn't enough, he dripped another drop, and only then did he seal the wound. He grimaced. Letting out blood was still a little painful. With a flick of his finger, the drop of blood the size of a longan was flicked in front of Kai Xia. The latter raised her head, and when she saw the drop of blood, she was startled. Her small, delicate nose twitched slightly, and a touch of doubt surged in her bright eyes. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy Fairy King?" Yun Nuashing was also startled. He tilted his head and asked doubtfully, "What is it?" Mei Mao looked at the drop of reddish-gold blood in confusion. After a moment, she shook her head, took it, and said softly, "No, I'm wrong. The light contained in your blood is very large. It is at least at the level of a great fairy, and the strange energy in it is very similar to the aura of the Fairy King in our world." Yun Nuashing was puzzled. Was she talking about the bloodline of the gods? Before he could ask, Kai Xia had already held the drop of blood in her hand. Her small palm released a little bit of light, and her small mouth opened slightly. The ancient rumbling sound seemed to fall from the sky, echoing in this spiritual world. It was as if a grand sacrifice was being held. Thousands of races were worshipping. All living beings were kowtowing, and thousands of blessings were sprinkled on the world. In a trance, there seemed to be a solemn name. The grand sacrificial sound seemed to have transcended the ancient and modern times, and spread from the ancient times to here. Ziyi and the others were startled. They all turned their gazes towards Kai Xia. However, she also widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Her jade-like hand that was holding the drop of blood was constantly trembling. There was something that was beyond her control. However, once the contract started, it could no longer be stopped. The reddish-gold blood quietly blended into the small, white jade hand. Kai Xia's delicate body exuded a bright light, and a huge phantom vaguely appeared behind her, blurred and unrecognizable. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. Every time that solemn voice came out, it would cause the sealed demonic qi in his soul to tremble slightly. It was as if it was being suppressed, but also as if it was being purified. The rumbling sounds were like tens of thousands of bells ringing in the sky. Golden light spread out from Yun Nuashing's body as he felt an aura. It was the aura of the rosy clouds. Feng Er looked at the two of them, slightly nervously. It was also her first time seeing an elf. She didn't know what would happen when she formed a contract with her. Moreover, That ancient sacrificial sound made her feel slightly uneasy. That voice was repeatedly chanting something. It was ancient and solemn, like a golden bell, like a pilgrimage of thousands. In her memory fragments, there were some vague impressions, but she couldn't remember it clearly. Yun Nuashing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. As the demonic qi slowly trembled, he had a bold idea. Furthermore, after this idea rushed into his mind, it firmly occupied that place. I'm going to do something. I'll leave this place to you. His eyes flickered slightly. After a moment, Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth, glanced at Kaixia, and quickly said. Then his gaze swept over Ziyi, Feng Er, and Xen Er. He nodded lightly, and his consciousness quickly disappeared from the spiritual world. Abruptly opening his eyes, a surge of light elemental particles overflowed from his body. Yun Nuashing lowered his head. He could feel the light elemental particles running through his body in joy. That strange feeling made him feel slightly comfortable. A strange imprint appeared on his chest, but the flower bud seemed to have sensed something. It swayed slightly, pushing the imprint that was forming to the top of his heart before returning to its original state. Seeing the domineering appearance of the flower bud, Yun Nuashing was speechless. However, he didn't have time to care too much at this time. He suddenly stood up and turned around. Under the tree, a pair of brilliant Mei Mao was staring at him. She was holding a silver sword in her hand. When she saw him looking over, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Yun Nuashing also smiled. Then he turned his head and took a deep breath. 6 wings slowly appeared on his back and spread out. When the 6 wings spread out, the world dimmed slightly. However, it quickly returned to normal, making people think that it was an illusion. The 6 wings spread out to a size of 300 feet. They greedily absorbed the light elements drifting between heaven and earth. Even the sunlight was absorbed by them and landed on Yun Nuashing's body. That area was condensed with an endless amount of light elements. It was like a dazzling burning sun, dazzling and dazzling. Xian, who was under the tree, saw this scene and quickly covered her eyes with her hands. The light elements were too dense. It gave her the feeling that it was no different from the 2 suns in the sky. It was incomparably brilliant. Moreover, there was also a blazing feeling that was constantly expanding. She was slightly startled and quickly retreated. The might of the light elements was too great. At this time, it was condensed with the power of the sun. Even if she held the Dragoncry sword, she wouldn't be able to resist for too long. Just as Xian retreated from the mountain peak, the dense light elements suddenly expanded. It was like a blazing fireball that rose up and slowly condensed to a size of 300 feet. That blazing radiance was comparable to the sunlight in the sky. It was as if a 3rd sun had risen. Even the people at the Far Light Academy were astonished to feel that the sky seemed to have become much brighter. Bang! The fireball gradually rose into the air and suddenly emitted a dull sound. It was as if a violent explosion had occurred inside. A blazing wave of fire shot out from the fireball and spread out. It was clearly light elements, but it displayed the burning characteristics of fire elements, and on Yun Nuashing's body, an extremely large amount of light elements was unceasingly rushing towards her soul. A transparent crystal layer appeared on her forehead. Her terrifying soul force was also exploding with a loud rumble like the fireball. Her soul body was dyed golden. The light elements were like a tide, densely packed like ants, wrapping around the thin layer of golden light. Inside, there was a black liquid that looked like a drop of water. "Rush in," a voice fiercely echoed in her mind. Yun Nuashing clenched her teeth. Her soul force wrapped around the light elements and swept towards the black liquid, penetrating that layer of light in an instant. And when a big hole appeared in the light screen, that black liquid seemed to have sensed the taste of freedom. Just as it was about to move, a golden wave slapped it to the ground. The space inside the light screen was quickly filled with light elements. Finally, the light elements that rushed in even mended the hole in the light screen. "Close the door and beat the dog," Yun Nuashing silently chanted. She took a deep breath and formed a hand seal with both hands. Inside the light screen, a blazing radiance was emitted. The golden tide covered the black liquid and submerged it in the golden waves. The black liquid couldn't be found. The imprint above her heart was also completely formed at this time. A holy aura spread out from Yun Nuashing's body like ripples from the fireball, spreading towards the surroundings. The plants that were touched by the golden halo would gently sway, their branches flourishing, seeming to have some vitality. And the tree closest to the fireball was dyed with a faint golden color. Moreover, it was slowly spreading towards the entire tree, as if it had been assimilated by the light elements. In the spiritual world, Kai Xia, who had completed the contract, also stared at Mei Mao in astonishment. A colorful imprint appeared between her eyebrows. That imprint was exactly the same as the one that had just appeared on Yun Nuashing's body. And after the imprint appeared, there was also an inexplicable change in her body. The most noticeable thing was that her aura was crazily rising. Rich light elements wrapped around her slender body like flames. A touch of astonishment flitted across her golden sun-like eyes, as well as some joy. What a huge power! I'm going to evolve. Kai Xia couldn't help but murmur. Her voice contained unconcealable joy. However, Ziyi and the others didn't have time to pay attention to her at this time. They were all staring ahead in a daze. They all knew what Yun Nuashing was doing at this time, but at this moment they could only pray. Chapter 649. The golden sun was incomparably resplendent, hanging high above the horizon. It was as if 3 suns had appeared in the sky, illuminating the earth in a dazzling golden color. Rings of golden waves extended from the horizon, passing through the far light academy. Those students who were observing the phenomenon were all swept by this golden light. Immediately, they felt as if their bodies were being purified and their bodies and minds were sublimated. The elders and teachers who were teaching suddenly stopped as the majestic purifying power swept past their bodies. Then they raised their heads in astonishment and looked at the spot where the brilliant starlight was. A moment later, countless figures soared into the sky from the Longguang Academy and flew towards the spot where the 3rd sun had appeared. However, just as everyone was about to move, the sun suddenly disappeared. The purifying power also weakened in a few breaths and finally disappeared, causing everyone to be stunned. It disappeared. However, there were still quite a few people who flew in that direction, wanting to see what had happened. The newly born sun was extremely brilliant. Unfortunately, no one was lucky enough to see what had just happened. It only lasted for a short minute before it disappeared. However, there were still 2 lucky fellows who saw the scene of the dazzling fireball rising. They were stunned on the spot and did not react until the fireball disappeared. Both of them were tall and had the appearance of a young man and a young woman. The young man was dressed in a blue robe, and his long hair was tied into 2 small braids that draped over his cheeks. His astonished face looked very handsome and gave off a somewhat lazy feeling. The young girl stood gracefully in the air. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her soft long hair was like a waterfall that flowed behind her, gently dancing in the wind. Her clear and transparent eyes made one feel the tranquility in her heart, and her exquisite appearance made one drool endlessly. However, at this moment, the young man put away his laziness. There was also a hint of surprise in the young woman's eyes. That place, that should be the cultivation ground where Brother Yun is. Could something have happened? The 2 of them were Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian. They had originally come deep into the mountains to cultivate, but they had inadvertently discovered this scene. At this moment, they were somewhat hesitant. They were less than 100 miles away from the mountain peak, and the purifying power had also swept past them. Could this be considered as being sensed? If we are discovered peeping again, will we be killed? Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he held Yi Qinglian's small hand and controlled the wind elements to fly towards the mountain peak that was not far away. If it was them, there would be no need to hide. The mountain peak was in the center of the golden sun, but it was not melted by the blazing light. It was only dyed golden, and the golden light shone brilliantly like a golden mountain. Even the surrounding plants were dyed golden. Sunlight poured down and landed on the golden mountain, reflecting in the air, making the sky appear a faint golden color. After the golden sun disappeared, a purple figure quickly flew over. Her beautiful eyes looked around and finally fixed on the golden tree on the mountain peak. There a young man descended from the sky and staggered a few steps. Seeing this, the girl's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Her delicate body twisted, and a storm rolled up and quickly flew over. Little star! Riding on the storm, she appeared in the distance in a flash and appeared beside the youth. Looking at the slightly pale and exquisite face, a trace of heartache flashed across her bright eyes. Her jade-like hand wrapped around his waist and supported him to slowly sit down. Yun Nuoxing gasped for breath. Her vision was a little blurry and her eyes were a little sleepy. She wanted to fall asleep, but when she thought of her own situation, her body shivered. She bit the tip of her tongue to wake herself up. She submerged her consciousness into her soul. Looking at the big golden ball at the chest of her soul, she could not help but sigh. In the middle of the golden ball of light, there was a small black dot. It was less than 1/10 the size of the golden ball of light, but it stubbornly defended itself. However, Yun Nuoxing was a little dissatisfied when she saw the black being suppressed. She was even a little irritated. Although the black that was temporarily suppressed by the golden ball of light, the former was eating away at the latter's energy. Although one of them was black and the other was gold, the origin of the origin was the light element. They could be converted to each other, but the conversion speed was very slow. However, the black dot was not impatient. It ate away at the golden ball of light bit by bit until the day it completely ate away at it. That would be the day it broke out of its cage. I failed. After letting out a long sigh, Yun Nuoxing shook her head with a bitter smile. Her helpless voice made Xian's expression change slightly. She nervously held her hand, flapping the 6 wings on his back lightly. Yun Nuoxing was a little dejected. He let out a long sigh. Although I failed, I didn't say that I was immediately devoured. Using the purification power of that elf and my light element, I managed to suppress it. However, that demonic aura is slowly eroding the suppressed light element. It's very slow, it might take a few years, but one day it will break free. However, if I advance again now, I don't have to worry about the 80% probability. Yun Nuoxing smiled. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or worry. She only sighed in relief. However, the next sentence made her worry again. The 80% probability has been reduced to 20%. Although there is a 40% probability that I will be unlucky this time. But this 20% probability can't be bad, right? Yun Nuoxing shrugged. The expression on her face was also very complicated. This time she had failed, but she had unexpectedly suppressed it. She didn't even have to worry about it for the next 8 to 10 years. If she didn't advance again, hearing this, Xian slowly calmed down. Mei Mao looked at her with a reproachful expression. Then she couldn't help but tease. Didn't you boast that your luck is greater than the heavens, and that no unlucky things will happen to you? So there is a little star who is unlucky enough to encounter it. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and rubbed her beautiful hair with both hands. He sighed and said, "No matter how lucky you are, there will be a day when you fall into the gutter." After being tormented by him for a while, Xian finally broke free from his evil clutches. Then he muttered to himself as he tidied up her beautiful long hair. After a while, Mei Mao glanced at Yun Nuoxing a few times. She took a table out of nowhere and spread a roll of white paper on it. She smiled and pushed him, pointing to a place, as if she was asking him to go over. Yun Nuashing scratched her head in confusion. Without hesitation, she jumped up and looked down at Xian's movements from above. Finally, she understood. She couldn't help but chuckle. Her 6 wings folded slightly, and she held the Netherworld ruined sword in her right hand in front of her with an incomparably determined expression. Looking at this posture, she felt that it was okay. She nodded at Xian. The latter couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She said softly, "Those wings and the Netherworld ruined sword are too complicated." However, as she spoke, the pen in her hand had already landed a faint stroke on the paper. She raised her head from time to time to take a look, then buried her head in the paper and painstakingly painted. He glanced down from the corner of his eyes. Yun Nuashing didn't know how to draw, but at this moment, when he saw Ziyan concentrating on each stroke, those beautiful lines, and the tip of the brush that never stopped, he couldn't help but say in his heart, "Although I don't understand, it seems to be very powerful." Yun Nuashing suddenly felt some fluctuations. She raised her eyebrows, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. However, when she saw how focused Xian was, she didn't dare to move. She could only stay motionless in this posture. The sunlight dimmed slightly and a gentle breeze blew. The golden tree behind her swayed gently with a rustling sound. The world seemed to have quieted down. After about half an hour, Xian put down the pen in his hand with satisfaction. Then he used the power of the 5 elements to adjust something on the painting. After a while, he waved his hand and called out to Yun Nuashing. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. She moved her slightly numb arm and jumped down from the air. When she saw her smiling face, she couldn't help but smile. She patted her head gently and lowered her head to look at the painting. There was a golden tree in the painting, and a girl with 6 colorful wings on her back was holding a purplish-black sword that was even larger than her body. Her pretty little face was filled with an unshakable determination, and her long and narrow phoenix eyes were deep and reserved. Her black windbreaker was flapping in the wind, and her colorful long hair was fluttering in the wind. She was like a war god, exuding an awe-inspiring battle intent. "Girl, this isn't right. This isn't it. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong." When Yun Nuashing saw the face in the painting, her beautiful face couldn't help but fall. However, after carefully comparing it, she felt that there was nothing wrong with it. She suddenly felt a little depressed. "There's nothing wrong with it. Little Star isn't used to that face yet." Xian smiled. She raised her hand and caressed Yun Nuashing's face. She gently kneaded it, this face that was more beautiful than a woman's. She really couldn't get tired of looking at it 100 times. Yun Nuashing's cheeks were slightly red from being pinched by the warm and soft hands. He coughed dryly and gently grabbed the 2 snow-white hands. Then he snapped his fingers and 2 golden chains burst out from the hidden space of the windbreaker. With a burst of clattering sounds, they finally swept down the mountain peak as fast as lightning. Xian was shocked by his sudden action. A moment later, she heard a series of exclamations from the foot of the mountain, causing her to be a little stunned. However, when she saw the 2 chains retract and 2 familiar people, she couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. "Yo, Brother Yin, are you done painting?" Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian laughed dryly. The thick golden chains wrapped around their waists. The former even stretched out her hand to greet them. "You too, are you thieves? Are you satisfied?" Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. It was fine if they peeked the first time, but why did they have to peek the second time? Moreover, they were caught by her twice. No. We didn't see anything. We didn't see the blazing sun. We didn't see those gorgeous wings. I didn't see anything. I'm a little blind today." Lin Sheng shrugged and grinned. Yun Nuashing and Xian laughed bitterly. Didn't they see everything? They had encountered 2 big movements. This was really fun. "Then what did you guess?" Yun Nuashing pushed up her non-existent glasses, crossed her palms, and asked calmly, "What?" Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian looked at each other in confusion. They looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she was saying. Couldn't guess? Seeing the two of them like that, Yun Nuashing was also a little confused. The thing on his back should have a very obvious characteristic. Back in Divine Sky City, the six-wing thing had become a big characteristic because of it. However, Lin Shang and Zian didn't recognize it now. This made him feel relieved, but also a little depressed. He had such a gorgeous characteristic, but they couldn't recognize it. Nothing. Are you here to cultivate? Yun Nuashing waved his hand, and Six-Winged quietly retracted back to his back. He changed the topic so that they wouldn't be able to recognize him if they kept thinking about it. Hearing this, Lin Sheng scratched the back of his head and laughed. Elder Jin Qin asked me to inform you that we will head to the Sword God Pavilion tomorrow. Yun Nuashing was a little stunned. Then she couldn't help but laugh. In the third assessment, the top 10 people could enter the so-called Sword God Pavilion. However, she didn't care at all. She had long forgotten about it. Also, a large group of students is flying here quickly. They will probably arrive in half an hour. Then, Lin Sheng said something that made Yun Nuashing speechless. The latter couldn't help but cover her face. Had the commotion just now alarmed the Yuanguang Academy? Seeing her face constantly twitching, Lin Sheng was also a little amused. This guy had been carefully hiding himself. Lin Sheng didn't know what he was after. If he had such a strong power like Yun Nuashing, the first thing he would do would be to bring Yi Qinglian home. After being in a daze for a while, Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. She stomped her foot, and a teleportation portal appeared. Then, she disappeared with a few of them. After they disappeared, a figure slowly appeared in the sky above the Golden Mountain. Her turbid eyes looked at the mountain below. Then, with a flash, she disappeared as if she had never existed. Chapter 650. When the next morning arrived, Lin Shang and Yi Qinglian arrived at the palace area early in the morning, and woke up Yun Nuashing and Yi Qinglian. When they saw the latter's disheveled appearance, Lin Sheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of water and almost had a nosebleed. Yi Qinglian also reflexively stretched out her jade-like hand and pulled Yun Nuashing's clothes back into place. However, when the two of them came to their senses, they remembered that Yun Nuashing seemed to be a boy. Even so, Lin Sheng could not help but take a few more glances at her, causing Yi Qinglian to despise him. After tidying up for a while, Yun Nuashing and Zian walked out of the door. They saw Mountain and the other two at the door and were stunned for a moment. When he saw their grinning faces, he was a little puzzled. "We're going to the Sword God Pavilion today. Have you forgotten that you made the 15 of us fight for 7 spots that day?" Mountain laughed and patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder, startling him. "Are they also inside?" "Why didn't I see them? We changed our clothes a little at that time, so it's normal that you didn't recognize us." Lin Xian could not help but laugh when he saw his stunned expression. Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. Then he rolled his eyes and said, "If you guys are here, just come up directly. Why make it so complicated? We're going to fight for the title of number 1 among the new students. It's meaningless to just go up." Mountain smiled. Then he scratched his head and laughed dryly. "Although we didn't get it." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and looked at the silent Lin Shang and Yi Qinglian. He coughed dryly and introduced them to each other. The few of them greeted each other rather cheerfully and could be considered to have gotten to know each other. The few of them chatted for a while before leaving the new student area and flying towards the giant Sword Mountain. Yun Nuashing didn't really care about the so-called Sword God Pavilion and the so-called rewards. When Zian saw that he didn't care, she didn't care about it either. The level of the heavenly evolution of the 5 elements that she cultivated also increased along with her strength, so she didn't have to worry about Xian techniques. Moreover, Yun Nuashing had many high-level Xian techniques and Xian techniques. He didn't hide those things and said that if she wanted to learn them, she could look for him. However, this made her a little embarrassed. Yun Nuoxing and the others did not mind, but Lin Sheng and the others were very moved. Looking at their excited expressions, one could tell. After all, in the High Light Academy, if one wanted to learn high-level Xian techniques, one had to use the High Light Academy's currency, energy value. And all the students in the academy were working hard for energy value at all times. Without this special currency, it was difficult to move around the High Light Academy. They even had to pay rent for their residence. Without energy value, they would have to sleep on the streets. As for the Sword God Pavilion, it was a rather special place that made countless students drool. However, this was a place that couldn't be entered even if one had energy value. Only those students who had obtained special rewards had the chance to enter and explore, relying on their own luck to obtain an opportunity. This fortuitous encounter might be a profound technique, a divine weapon, or something else. Of course, the most precious thing might be those immortal, grade, profound techniques. Profound techniques of that level would cause even initial divine realm experts to covet them. The group headed straight for the most majestic, giant sword mountain in the academy. After about half an hour, they finally approached the giant sword mountain. They slowly descended in front of the giant sword mountain. When they raised their heads, they could see many figures standing upright on the giant sword mountain's hilt. The most outstanding ones were the two figures on the right who didn't have names and only had a string of question marks. Lin Sheng and the others looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others. The two of them only faintly smiled and didn't say anything. They even took out their masks and hats and firmly put them on. Not long after the seven of them landed, a figure appeared on the giant sword mountain. He slowly floated down and revealed himself. It was Yen Feng who was in charge of the examination. After he floated down from the waist of the mountain, Yen Feng glanced at Yun Nuoxing and the others. His gaze paused on them for a while before he smiled and said, "Come on up. We're just waiting for you." After he finished speaking, Yen Feng waved his sleeves gently. A ray of light descended and covered Yun Nuoxing and the others, after which his figure moved and he brought the few of them to the waist of the giant sword mountain. When they got close to the giant sword mountain, they could see clearly that the giant sword mountain was like a giant sword mountain. It was like a giant sword mountain that was completely connected to the giant sword mountain below. It was as if a giant had forged the giant sword mountain on the giant sword mountain. After a while, Yen Feng brought the few of them to the waist of the giant sword mountain and landed in front of a large hall. He scanned the surroundings and discovered that there were more than 20 people present. Including the seven of them, there were exactly 30 people present. The moment their feet touched the ground, they felt waves of energy sweep across their bodies. When the waves of energy swept across the seven of them, they paused for a moment. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. The waves of energy were very strong. "Greetings, Elder Yen Feng." When Yen Feng appeared, the 20 people all cupped their hands in greeting, after which they glanced at Yun Nuoxing and Zian, who had followed them. They raised their heads to look at the figure in the sky, and a trace of respect flashed across their eyes. Yen Feng smiled and nodded his head. His gaze swept across the 30 people present. These 30 people could be considered as the most outstanding students among the 3 groups of freshmen this year. "All right, everyone is here. Let's go in." Yen Feng's gaze swept past them, after which he suddenly turned around and flung his long robe. After which he looked at the tightly shut doors of the giant sword mountain and nodded towards an unknown direction. Buzz! As he gently nodded his chin, the thick and heavy metal doors instantly lit up. A red light flashed through the gap between the 2 doors. Rays of light flowed across the enormous doors like water and followed a peculiar path, after which the red light gradually faded. "Come." Yen Feng waved his hand and took the lead to walk towards the large metal doors. Just as his body came into contact with the doors, Light flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the 30 people behind him hurriedly followed in, just as Yun Nuashing and the rest came into contact with the large metal doors. Their gazes suddenly flickered a few times. Their sensitive senses sensed a spatial fluctuation, and their vision blurred. When they regained their senses, the scene in front of them had already changed. The surroundings were silvery blue, as if they were in a spatial tunnel. In the endless distance, there was a black hole like a black hole. The silvery blue tunnel was slowly shrinking towards the black hole. In front of him, there were 11 different colored light tunnels. Just like in the first test, the 11 tunnels represented 11 different types of power. Yan Feng's figure appeared in front of everyone. On his youthful face, there was a sly smile. He pointed at the 11 tunnels and smiled. I believe that I don't need to say much. Your opportunities are inside. The 11 tunnels of the Sword God Pavilion lead to 12 regions and lead to a total of 132 places. The deeper you go, the harder it will be to obtain opportunities. Do what you can. Yun Nuashing looked at the silver-blue spatial tunnel and looked at the black hole in the distance. She did not know why she had the urge to jump in. I'm being long-winded. The Sword God Pavilion is where the Far Light Academy keeps its collection. Moreover, as it is an academy under the name of the Nine Deity Hall, you should know the collection inside. Yan Feng said with a smile. Hiss, upon hearing the words Nine Deity Hall, other than Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. The rest of the people took a deep breath. Even the usually calm Lin Sheng's cheeks trembled, and a solemn look flashed across his eyes. He was still in awe of the colossal Nine Deity Hall. Even Yi Qinglian's family was no exception. Seeing these exaggerated expressions, Yan Feng smiled even more happily. His eyes faintly glanced at Yun Nuashing and looked at her with a smile. When the latter felt his gaze, she could not help but wave her fist. Her big eyes sparkled, and coupled with her delicate face, she looked exceptionally charming. Yan Feng could not help but laugh in his heart. He really did not know how these little fellows would feel if they knew his identity. Of course, don't be fooled by the treasures. Opportunities are not the most reliable. Even if you are given an opportunity, you may lose it. You have to act according to your ability. If you fail, you will return empty-handed. Yan Feng smiled. There's such a thing. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. There was a failure in receiving the reward. Yan Feng nodded and said, There are 11 tunnels, and each tunnel has 12 areas. There are countless collections. From the outside to the inside, the deeper the area, the better the items are hidden. Correspondingly, it is more difficult to obtain them. As for how to obtain them, it will be up to you. However, let me give you a piece of advice. You are the one who chose them, so don't be led by them. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you return empty-handed. Are there any other questions? Yan Feng waved his hand. Everyone looked at each other and then slowly shook their heads. There was some passion in their eyes. Clearly, the Sword God Pavilion had piqued their interest. Then let's begin. I hope you will gain something. Yan Feng nodded and waved his sleeve with a smile. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian looked at each other and smiled. Then they said to Yun Nuashing with a smile, We will be leaving first. After speaking, they held each other's hands and rushed into the tunnel that was flickering with an intense red light. Mountain and the other two smiled at Yun Nuashing and Yi Qinglian. Their figures flashed and rushed into the tunnel. Everyone exclaimed in surprise and rushed toward the 11 tunnels. However, no one was interested in the bright golden tunnel. That was the light elemental tunnel, and no one had it. Yun Nuashing and Yi Qinglian looked at everyone rushing into the tunnel and stood on the spot. The two of them looked at each other and seemed to be asking for each other's opinion. Yan Feng looked at the two of them, who did not move and could not help but shake his head. These two little fellows really had no desires. Elder, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask. Yun Nuashing raised her hand weakly and then asked, What will happen if we learn an elemental mystic technique that is not compatible with our own element? The power will be greatly reduced, and it will be difficult to unleash the power that we should have. However, we can extract that type of elemental energy from the heaven and earth to unleash it. However, the power will still be reduced. Yanfeng smiled. Sigh. Yun Nuashing let out a long response, after which he looked at the 11 tunnels and pondered for a moment. Finally, he looked at Ziyan. When the latter saw this, she involuntarily sighed. Her jade-like hand held his hand and pulled him swiftly towards the bright, golden tunnel. This caused the former to involuntarily let out a bitter laugh. After watching the last 2 people rush into the tunnel, Yanfeng smiled and shook his head. He muttered, "There is a divine mystic technique in the 12th zone. Let's see if these little fellows have the courage to rush over. Anyway, the 12th zone is there. Huh." Chapter 651. 2 figures flashed through the bright golden tunnel. Not long after, the 2 of them quickly disappeared from the tunnel. When they reappeared, they were already in a golden plain. It was like a golden world with a brilliant galaxy hanging high in the sky. Countless stars could be seen descending from the sky. Meteors could also be seen streaking across the sky, leaving behind a dazzling trail of flames. When Yun Nuashing and Ziyan landed on the golden plain, their field of vision instantly widened. In midair, balls of light covered the sky and danced chaotically. Yun Nuashing raised his head and stared at the flying balls of light. In the center of the balls of light, there were scrolls, divine weapons, armors, and other strange things. There were so many balls of light that his field of vision was filled with balls of light that he felt dizzy. Suddenly, the balls of light in the sky seemed to have received some kind of order. A portion of them stopped, then suddenly fell towards Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing, leaving a long trail of flames behind them. It was like a falling meteor, and it was falling straight towards the 2 of them. Wow. Oh. Yun Nuashing's face twitched a little as he looked at the burning meteorite that was 1,000 feet in size. Without even thinking, he grabbed Ziyan and lifted her up horizontally, after which he suddenly charged forward. The meteorite also accurately landed on the ground and let out a loud rumble. The sound of the explosion caused Yun Nuashing and Ziyan to involuntarily turn their heads to take a look. The field of fire was set ablaze, but the balls of light inside were not burned. They landed on the ground and emitted blazing heat. Don't tell me I have to endure a meteor's descent to catch those balls of light. Seeing the balls of light falling like meteors, Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of this question. His face twitched involuntarily. Should he try enduring a meteor's descent? He bent his hand slightly and grabbed the balls of light on the ground in the distance. He took a closer look, and all the information was absorbed into his eyes. Light transformation technique, a mid-grade, superior-grade, mystic technique. Before he could finish looking at it, Yun Nuashing casually tossed it back into the crater where the meteorite had crashed into. He really didn't care too much about a high-quality item. Yun Nuashing stretched and said with a smile, "There are 12 regions. The deeper you go, the higher the grade. Although I don't need anything now, it's good to take a look." Ziyan stroked her hair and nodded with a smile. She wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled sweetly at him. Seeing that she didn't have any objections, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. He originally wanted to bring this girl to see if there were any good things in other places, but in the end, she pulled him into this light elemental tunnel without a second word. There was nothing here that suited her. He raised his head and looked at the curtain of light hanging down from the mountain range in the distance. He faintly smiled and moved his body. Light elemental energy condensed, then turned into a ray of light and quickly rushed towards the curtain of light. Yun Nuashing passed through the curtain of light in almost an instant. He didn't stop. There was still a curtain of light in the distance. It seemed that there was a curtain of light between each region. However, he didn't feel any pressure when he passed through. He lowered his head and looked at Ziyan. Seeing that she was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. The condensed light, elemental energy exploded like a bomb. In that instant, only a ray of light was left in the space. Then the two figures disappeared. Yun Nuashing sensed that he had been blocked 10 times. He hurriedly stopped and raised his head. The number of balls of light in the sky had decreased by a lot. There were only a dozen of them, floating and rotating in the air. Powerful energy fluctuations were emitted. Sensing the fluctuations, Yun Nuashing's beautiful eyes faintly flickered. High immortal rank. This should be the 11th layer. Could it be that there's a saint rank profound art on the 12th layer? Yun Nuashing also took a few more glances at these balls of light. The level that was placed there was also very tempting, which made him slightly tempted. However, it was only tempting, not to the point of desire. With his current eyesight, the immortal grade was just enough to catch his eye. Rumble! A sudden explosion occurred on the flat ground. The place where the explosion occurred was where Yun Nuashing and Yi Sheng were just a moment ago. However, Yun Nuashing had already anticipated this and used the light element to dodge it. At this moment, when he turned his head, he saw that there were a few balls of light quietly falling on the ground. Among them, there was a dazzling golden armor in one of the balls of light. It looked very powerful. Looking at the armor, Yun Nuashing pondered for a while. Although a high 7th rank armor was not bad, if he were to use this armor, he should be able to withstand an all-out attack from a divine underworld expert. However, he shook his head. At this moment, he controlled the power of space and was not afraid of a divine underworld expert. Moreover, he felt that it was a little heavy when he wore it. Most importantly, a 7th rank armor was not considered very high to him. He thought about it and decided to forget about it. If Lin Shang and the others were to know that Yun Nuashing was the first to rush into the 11th district and that there were so many divine rank treasures at his fingertips, yet he was still so picky it was unknown whether they would be angered to death. After taking a few more glances, Yun Nuashing shook his head resolutely. His figure leaped, and he arrived in front of the last light screen. This light screen seemed to have a solid substance. It was a brilliant golden color, just like a huge golden rock. He stretched out his hand and pressed it lightly. He could clearly feel that it was very hard. The first 10 barriers were equivalent to nothing to him, but the last one was extremely hard. It seemed that immortal rank treasures were not so easy to obtain. Without hesitation, Yun Nuashing directly took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Xian also obediently jumped down from his arms and stood beside him obediently. She did not say a word and only held a pair of Mei Mao as she looked at him with a smile. After holding the Netherworld Ruin Sword, his expression changed. It became calm and even carried some arrogance. She really liked this expression of his. Crack! He raised the Netherworld Ruin Sword and slashed it down without any energy. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the golden barrier. Then, the crack continued to crack in both directions. The purplish-black energy stuck to the golden mountain, causing it to crack continuously. Finally, the crack turned into a valley. He pulled Xian and flashed past. Soon, they passed through the solid golden light screen. When they came out of the golden light screen, it was still a brilliant golden plain. However, there were no more mountains in front of them. There was only a faint blue space. Obviously, this was the end of the golden tunnel. They had reached the end. After looking around, Yun Nuashing raised his head. In the sky, there were no dense clusters of light. There were only 10 clusters of light rotating slowly above. The aura they emitted was as soft as water. The aura that was as vast as the sea made him feel the power of a high-level god once again. The aura of the Emperor of the Underworld. That's strange. The saint level is the God Emperor, God Underworld, and Heaven God. Why would there be the aura of the Emperor of the Underworld? Yun Nuashing widened his eyes in astonishment. The Emperor of the Underworld, the Emperor of the Underworld, and the God Emperor were the ultimate levels. Could there be an ultimate level mystic art? Xian was also a little astonished when he heard his words. The Long Light Academy shouldn't be so generous. An ultimate level mystic art should be considered the core of the Nine Gods Temple. Even if the academy was under the Nine Gods Temple, it shouldn't be able to give out such a high-level mystic art as a reward. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing came to a realization. That's right. I know. How could ordinary students pass through this place? The things here should be reserved for the higher-ups of the Long Light Academy by the Nine Gods Temple, right? After looking around vigilantly for 2 seconds, Yun Nuashing didn't discover any meteorites descending. His perception didn't sense any danger either, so he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was still vigilant. If it was a surprise attack from the light element, an instant would be enough. After looking left and right for a long time, Yun Nuashing finally flew into the sky with Xian in his arms. He was a little worried, but he still opened the divine artifacts barrier just in case. Yun Nuashing flew to the side of the 10 balls of light. He took a deep breath and glanced inside. He was instantly stunned as if he was struck by lightning. Uft! Xian was also stunned when he saw the things inside the balls of light. Then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He quickly buried his face in Yun Nuashing's chest, laughing so hard that his delicate body was trembling slightly. There were 10 things inside the balls of light. They were all scrolls, and there was a line of words written on the surface of each of the 10 balls of light. Reward for Little Star, Golden Empress, Light God King, Wood God King, Jin Jin Wang, Fire God King, Hall Master Hua, Hall Master Shui, this. I don't know what to say. Looking at the names that were written on the scrolls, Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He also didn't know what to say. He also felt a little warm in his heart. Among the 10 balls of light, there was one that was very gorgeous. Inside, it was a ball of glazed liquid that was wrapped in flames. This made him even more stunned. That should be what the glazed divine crystal looked like after it melted, little brother. Remember to cultivate the glazed treasure mirror. Glazed. After reading this message, he knew even more clearly that this was the glazed divine crystal that the Empress and the others had refined and left for him. This ball of light looked very small, but Yun Nuashing knew that in fact, it wasn't just a little bit. The glazed divine crystal was wrapped in a transparent container. According to his guess, it should be able to help him complete the cultivation of the glazed body. Sister Jean predicted that we would come to the light element area, especially the 12th zone. Xian covered her mouth and laughed softly. Yun Nuashing nodded lightly. Although there were 11 passageways, it was actually very easy to guess where they would go. Moreover, besides him, no one else would break through to the 12th level. The Palace Master of the Water's Sacred Hall left behind an 8th grade Divine Array scroll. And this, Sister Jean gave me the Golden Sacred Hall's secret technique. Among the 10 balls of light, there are 9 secret techniques of the Sacred Halls. They are all top-grade, profound techniques. As for the remaining one, Yun Nuashing grabbed the 10 balls of light in front of him. Among the 10 balls of light, there were a total of 11 scrolls and a ball of glazed divine crystal. Among them, there was a scroll with a very gorgeous color. It was a combination of 9 colors, and Yun Nuashing couldn't help but take a few more glances. Slowly unfolding it, Yun Nuashing glanced at it. Elemental body, a divine grade, profound technique. Once this divine technique is mastered, one will have absolute control over the 9 elements for a short period of time. One will be able to absorb the 9 elements into one's body at the same time, turning one's body into pure elements. With a single thought, all the elements in the world will become one's body. However, to cultivate the elemental body, one must first master the profound techniques of the 9 elements, be proficient in controlling the elements of heaven and earth, and possess a divine grade soul. Otherwise, forcefully using it will only cause the elements to collide in one's body. As soon as Yun Nuashing finished reading this line of words, a golden light emerged from the scroll and immediately turned into a shadow in front of him. The shadow was wearing a feathered robe and 2 strings of earrings dangling from her sparkling ears. It was the Golden Empress. As soon as she appeared, she held the colorful scroll in her hand and laughed softly. "Little star, the elemental body is the most precious treasure of the 9 temples. It is a heaven-defying divine technique researched by the 10 ancestors and has been passed down from the ancient times until now. However, to cultivate the elemental body, one must first master the secret techniques of the 9 temples and possess a divine grade soul. Don't put the cart before the horse. Also, if you have successfully cultivated it, it is better not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. The true power of this divine technique can only be displayed after reaching the divine grade. Now, you should study the secret techniques of the 9 temples carefully. Oh, by the way, the 2 little girls have gone to look for you. Looking at the time, they should be arriving at the academy. Be careful of Er's identity, and be careful," the Golden Empress added. Her jade-like hand gently rubbed his head and smiled at him. Then she personally placed the colorful scroll in his hand, and the shadow slowly disappeared. Blinking his beautiful eyes, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and bowed to the void. Chapter 652. Holding the colorful scroll in his hand, Yun Nuashing stood still for a long time. He took many deep breaths before he recovered. His calm state of mind became chaotic again because of his wild thoughts. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He seemed to have received too many favors from the 9 divine temples. It seems that Sister Jean was worried that you would be too bored in the academy, so she gave you a lot of things to cultivate slowly. Xian curiously grabbed the scrolls and opened them. She felt a little dizzy after a glance and quickly closed them. The huge amount of information was enough to make a demigod expert faint. "Yes, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and nodded. It seemed that Sister Jean and the others knew that he had temporarily sealed his cultivation and were looking for things for him to do. Yun Nuashing's slender hand gently stroked the colorful scroll and sighed softly. "This scroll is a set with the other 9 scrolls. Those 9 scrolls are all peerless profound techniques. You can also cultivate them. However, I'll pass it to you after I've cultivated it." Yun Nuashing smiled. He was used to cultivating divine grade, profound techniques. There was a certain pattern to it. Even peerless profound techniques shouldn't be difficult for him. However, Xian wasn't used to crossing realms to learn these super high-level secret techniques. Last time, she was forced to use a divine grade sword technique and her meridians were already swollen. She still needed some time to adapt. If she was stronger, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Xian nodded obediently. She also knew his thoughts and had always obeyed his words. Waving his hand, he kept the scroll and the colored glass divine crystal into the pendant. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. Although he did not lack peerless and divine profound arts, it was the Golden Princess and the others' kind intentions which made him feel very warm in his heart. There was no comparison between what he had obtained by chance and what others had given him. Buzz! When Yun Nuashing put the scrolls into the pendant, the golden plane suddenly emitted a bright light. Then Yun Nuashing and Xian saw the space rapidly distort. The scene in front of them slightly blurred and began to change at a strange speed. This change continued for a short while. When the space stabilized, Lin Dong's gaze shifted, after which he saw Yen Feng, who was smiling like an old fox, in front of him. Beside him, Bing was also present. Behind the 2 of them, there were over a dozen white-haired figures. When they saw that the 2 of them had taken the lead, there was some surprise in their eyes. Yen Feng's gaze swept over Yun Nuashing and Xian and said with a smile, "How's the harvest?" Seeing him like this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roll his eyes. They definitely knew. He couldn't help but mutter, "Didn't you guys know?" Haya, the first elder, and the rest also told us to put you on the 12th floor because they guessed that a little fellow like you would be able to reach there. The other students do not have the ability to reach there. Even a divine underworld expert might not be able to reach the 12th floor. Therefore, do you understand? Seeing Lin Dong's depressed appearance, Yan Feng transmitted his voice with a grin. Seeing his sinister smile, Yun Nuoxing fiercely rolled his eyes. Yes, you guys are awesome. You all guessed that I would go to the light element area and reach the deepest part. I was the only one who was kept in the dark, Teach. Yun Nuoxing turned his head rather proudly and lightly snorted. His charming face, coupled with this action, made him look especially charming and playful. Yan Feng and Bing couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like they had to report to the elders that the son of God had become the daughter of goddess. Yan Feng smiled and lightly waved his sleeve. Then many rays of light descended from the sky around Yun Nuoxing and Zian. Then more than 20 figures appeared. It was Lin Sheng, Mountain, and the others, different from Yun Nuoxing and Zian's calm appearance. These 20 people were filled with surging energy, as if they had gone through a battle. Moreover, looking at their faces, a few of them were in a sorry state, but most of them had an expression as if everything was under control. When Lin Sheng and the others appeared, the elders turned their gazes and looked at the former with a strange expression. Yun Nuoxing also saw that Lin Sheng, who appeared in front of her, had his long robe torn, and even the 2 hair rings on his temples were torn. His face was also slightly pale. He just happened to be among the few people who were in a sorry state. You, what's wrong? Yi Qinglian's pretty face changed slightly as she hurriedly walked forward. How could he be in such a sorry state after choosing a mystic art? Yun Nuoxing also tilted her head and looked at him, asking, "Did you play with fire?" Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Before he could say anything, Yan Feng chuckled and said with a smile, This little guy passed a place that requires the 7th seal of the demon rank to go and obtained a scroll of the intermediate supreme grade mystic art. 7th seal of the demon rank. When these words were said, everyone was shocked. The new students at the half-demon rank and demon rank had actually obtained a fine or low supreme grade mystic art. However, the difficulty of obtaining it was also quite difficult. It might be considered good when fighting against elemental creatures, but some people had to pass through many obstacles, like passing through a checkpoint to obtain it. Although Yan Feng had emphasized that there were immortal rank items in the Sword God Pavilion, most of them couldn't pass through the 4th or 5th level. Lin Sheng passed through the 6th level and had to use all his strength to trick the 7th seal of the demon rank flame creature. He took the scroll and immediately ran away. And he even obtained it. Finally, someone was the first to react from the level. When he heard Yan Feng say the word obtained, a trace of disbelief immediately surged in his eyes. Not only did he encounter it, he even obtained it? Lin Sheng was only at the half-demon rank, but he passed the test of the 7th seal of the demon rank. Unbelievable. This little guy tricked the brainless elemental creature. It was a bit of a trick, but he still succeeded. Yan Feng chuckled as he looked at Lin Sheng, who was helplessly shaking his head, and laughed. What about you guys? Did you guys get anything? Yun Nuoxing turned her gaze and looked at Mountain and the other 2 with a smile. Mountain and the other 2 grinned and smiled, winking mysteriously at her. Then the former put his hands on his waist and smiled with joy in his eyes. High supreme grade mystic art. I took a 6th tier weapon and risked my life to pass. I was almost scared to death. Thinking of the experience just now, Lin Xan wiped his forehead and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mine was a high supreme grade mystic art, but it was a bit difficult. Zhong Songbai smiled shyly. Her face, which was brimming with warmth, had patches of green and black. It seemed that it was quite difficult. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. These 3 had some tricks up their sleeves. With the strength of the 4th seal of the demon rank, They had obtained high, supreme-grade items. Ha! It's a pity that no one obtained an immortal-grade mystic art. How many years has it been since a new student obtained one? Yan Feng smiled faintly and shook his head. There was some disappointment on his face, but in his eyes there was a smile. No new student has obtained an immortal-grade mystic art at all. Bing replied indifferently. All the new students had black lines on their faces. It was already so difficult to obtain a high supreme-grade item. If they found an immortal-grade item, not to mention whether they could obtain it, whether they could even survive would be a problem. Outside the Sword God's pavilion, some fluctuations came from the metal door. Afterwards, rays of light surged out from within. Yun Nuoxing, Ziyin, and the others appeared. As they obtained their respective rewards, the Sword God's pavilion ended peacefully. After leaving the Sword God's pavilion, Mountain and the other two grabbed Lin Xan's metal spear that was longer than a person and stared at it nonstop. This made Lin Xan smile, helplessly and bitterly. However, the others didn't stay for long. They nodded to each other and flew into the distance. This matter had come to an end, so it was time to cultivate seriously. Mountain and the other two played for a while before patting Yun Nuoxing's shoulder with a big smile. We're going to cultivate and test the power of a 6th-tier weapon. Haha. Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. She watched as the three of them turned into rays of light and flew towards the horizon. She waved her hand. Lin Sheng and Bing also watched the three of them leave. Then they looked at Yun Nuoxing and Ziyin curiously. Although Lin Sheng wanted to know what Yun Nuoxing would gain in the Sword God's pavilion, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. Last time, Yun Nuoxing told them about the divine grade mystic art. This time, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. Where are you going next? Lin Sheng raised his head and looked at the sky. Then he looked at Yun Nuoxing and asked casually, We're going to cultivate at the usual place. My family's elders brought some things over. Should I say that they can't wait? Or should I say that they can't wait? Anyway, I have to cultivate that thing. Yun Nuoxing stretched and sighed. She asked in return, What about you guys? We're going to borrow the high-level energy formation in your palace. You don't have any objections, right? Lin Xing said with a smile. Now that he had obtained a scroll of a middle-tier mystic art, he naturally had to seize the time to cultivate it. He was pressed for time. Although he didn't expect to break through to the demon rank in one go, he still had to make the best use of his time. Although the freshman assessment was over, he felt a different kind of pressure. I don't mind. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Then she shook her head with a smile and said, Why don't you come with us? I might get a divine grade formation for my cultivation this time. The efficiency should be about 100 times higher than the one in the palace. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian were stunned. They looked at her calm and beautiful face in shock. They couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This fellow could even talk about a divine grade formation so calmly. What's wrong? Looking at the two people who were stunned, Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. He himself did not realize how terrifying the things that he had long been accustomed to were to others. Lin Sheng's black eyes flashed with a trace of strangeness. Seeing that she was very calm, he sighed helplessly in his heart. She guessed that he was already used to it. Then she smiled and said, Hee, then I'll take advantage of you. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and didn't delay. With a wave of his hand, his figure turned into a ray of light and flew towards the deep mountains of the Highlight Academy. Ziyin, Lin Sheng, and Yi Qinglian quickly followed behind. Yun Nuoxing and the other three quickly flew across the sky. In less than half an hour, they saw the Golden Mountain Peak. They gradually slowed down and landed steadily on it. Just as they landed, Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his face. He suddenly laughed dryly. What's wrong? Xian wrinkled her little nose and asked. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly and said, "Didn't I see Sister Jin's message just now? The 2 girls should be arriving soon. I have to go and pick them up." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly again. He had forgotten about this matter after leaving the Sword God Pavilion. If he was late later, he was afraid that he would be tortured by the 2 girls. Lin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. After being together for nearly 2 months, he always forgot things. Seeing that Lin Sheng was also laughing, Yun Nuashing's 2 rows of silver teeth gently rubbed together and made a very fierce look, as if she wanted to intimidate him. However, her delicate face made him look very playful and didn't look fierce at all. Even Xian and Yi Qinglian couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. "I'm not playing anymore. You're all laughing at me." Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw that his intimidation didn't work at all. He waved his hand and stomped his foot on the ground. An extremely complicated and huge magic formation appeared on the ground, once again activating the heaven refining magic formation. As soon as the golden magic formation appeared, Lin Sheng felt all the energy in the surroundings boil and gather at an extremely fast speed. It even condensed into a huge energy vortex in the sky. In the center of the vortex, a waterfall of energy fell from the sky and landed on the golden mountain peak. It didn't accumulate into a pool, but dissipated into mist and spread out, causing the energy density in the area to rise rapidly. The elemental power also surged and boiled. Sensing the extremely huge amount of energy, Lin Sheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This extremely pure energy didn't even need to be refined. He only needed to circulate it in his body once through a mystic technique, and he could safely absorb it into his body. If he cultivated here, he was confident that he could advance to the demon rank within a year. "I've left another magic formation under that golden tree. If the capacity is full, you can go there to cultivate. It can speed up your refining speed." Yun Nuashing pointed at a spot under the golden tree. Then she waved her hand and left with Xian. "We'll be back soon." After watching the 2 of them leave, Lin Sheng cupped his hands and took a light breath. With a flip of his palm, he took out a scroll. He was also going to start cultivating. Chapter 653. The bright sunlight shone on the golden tree, reflecting the heat, leaving behind bits of filtered light that scattered under the shade of the tree. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian sat cross-legged under the tree. The spots of light passed through the thick energy fog and landed on their bodies, bringing them some warmth. Lin Sheng lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment. He clenched his fist, and a black scroll appeared in his hand. The glow on the black scroll continued to flicker. This glow caused the surrounding temperature to rise stealthily. The originally boiling energy, mist started to churn like clouds. Wave after wave of blazing energy tunneled into his palm, causing his expression to turn slightly solemn. The scroll was naturally the high-grade middle-level Xian skill that Lin Sheng had obtained from the Sword God Pavilion. It required a large amount of energy to cultivate. With the help of the refining sky formation in Yun Nua Star, it was a very good opportunity. Lin Sheng's expression changed slightly. His emotions seemed to be churning. He didn't know what he was thinking, but when he calmed down again, there was an additional seriousness in his eyes. He sighed quietly and didn't disturb the girl beside him. A moment later, he clenched his fist and slowly closed his eyes. A fiery red energy suddenly surged out from the black scroll and wrapped around Lin Sheng's arm. At the same time, Lin Sheng's body trembled slightly as he immediately felt a large amount of information crash into his mind. At the main gate of the Highlight Academy, there were still many people coming and going on the bridge that connected the gates of the Highlight Academy to Sunglow City. Countless students were entering and exiting the Highlight Academy. Raising his head slightly, he saw that Sunglow City was still filled with a sea of people. Students from the neighboring Remote Ocean Academy would also fly out from time to time. merging into the endless flow of people in Sunglow City. On the huge plaza, two beautiful figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed at the entrance of the Farlight Academy's bridge. They looked at the students entering and exiting the academy and saw the high platform at the end of the bridge. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "We're finally here. It took us 4 days to get here. Back when Big Brother was here, the city didn't seem that big. We passed by it in a flash. Is this the High Light Academy? Hee hee, there are quite a lot of people. Sister Yu, where is Brother Yin? Sister Jean told us to find him ourselves. Let's go in and take a look." The two landed and panted. They raised their heads to look at the high platform with excitement in their eyes. However, the source of this excitement seemed to have nothing to do with the high platform and what it represented. Around the square, numerous gazes involuntarily lit up as they stared at the two slender figures of the young ladies. Both of them were equally beautiful, but their auras were vastly different. The girl in white, Mei Mao, had a mischievous look on her face. Her sexy lips were pulled into a charming arc. Her snow-white dress wrapped around her graceful and exquisite figure. Her fine black hair hung down from her small waist, almost reaching the back of her feet. Her round and exquisite face was extremely beautiful, coupled with the cute action of her jade-like hand touching her cheeks. It was like the finishing touch that stimulated her mischievous look to the greatest extent. It was so cute that the group of people almost vomited blood. As for the other graceful girl, her jet-black hair was tied into a long ponytail by a noble crescent hair ornament. It hung down to her thighs. Her exquisite and petite body was wearing an extremely tight green dress that perfectly showed off her alluring curves. Her small and exquisite face was like porcelain. Her pair of eyes that seemed to be filled with incomparably brilliant colors were the most moving part of her. They were so clear that they could see through to the end without any obstructions. There was a kind of charm that made people want to see through her when they stared at her. Under the long dress, those perfectly slender and straight legs attracted more than half of the gazes. Hee hee, I don't know what Brother Yin is doing. I really want to take a bite out of him. Xiaoyu, we agreed not to mention this matter again. Since you've tasted it once, there will be a second time and a third time. Do you want Big Brother to become your blood fodder? I won't. If Brother Yin doesn't want it, I won't force it. You will. Believe me, it was like this last time. Big Brother won't argue with you, but I have to keep an eye on you. Sister Yor, don't be so suspicious of me. The two girls giggled as they walked towards the stone platform on the bridge. Their soft voices and elegant steps caused the students from the Farlight Academy to be mesmerized by them. You too, little junior sisters. You look very unfamiliar. Are you two new students this year? Just as the two of them stepped into the outer area of the Farlight Academy, a faint laughter suddenly sounded from the front. They quickly raised their heads and saw several young men walking towards them with smiles on their faces. Their gazes constantly swept over the two of them with green light in their eyes. Looking at the expressions of these people, they knew that they were students of the Farlight Academy. Moreover, they might be seniors. Immediately, the two girls became slightly nervous. They could sense a terrifying pressure from the former. That kind of pressure was much stronger than Yuan Shi and the others. Of course, Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Qin Yan had been traveling with Yun Nuashing. Although they were the most important godsons and goddesses of their families and forces, and were extremely talented, it would more or less delay their cultivation. It didn't mean that the three of them were weaker than them. The frivolous young man smiled as he looked at the two of them. He chuckled and said, Our Thunder Mountain recruits members throughout the year. Not to mention other things, we're a very strong team in the Farlight Academy. The boss will even bring the newcomers to do missions. The benefits are very good. If someone bullies you, just say that you're from the Thunder Mountain. How about it? The two girls looked at each other in a daze and then shook their heads. The girl in green said softly, Seniors, We're here to look for someone. We're not students of the Far Light Academy." Oh, the young man was stunned for a moment. He looked at them with a smile and said, "Who are the two beautiful little sisters looking for? Let's hear if our Thunder Mountain has heard of you." The white-clothed young ladies read, lips parted slightly. She originally wanted to directly say her name, but the other green-clothed young lady hurriedly covered her small mouth. She laughed dryly towards the young man and spoke in a somewhat apologetic manner. "There is no need to trouble everyone. We can go and find her ourselves." Hearing this, a smile that was not a smile appeared on the young man's face. He stared at the two girls and said with a smile, "Why, you too are outsiders. Could it be that you're more familiar with the Far Light Academy than us? Or are you looking down on us?" The white-clothed young lady rolled her eyes. Her jade-like hand removed the hand that was covering her small mouth. She originally wanted to open her mouth, but her curved, crescent eyebrows suddenly raised. Immediately, joy surged onto her pretty face. She jumped up and waved her hand with all her might as she shouted, "Elder sister, we are here!" Her voice was very clear, and it spread amidst the noise, causing the noise in this place to turn sluggish. Soon after, numerous gazes were cast in the direction she was looking at, only to see a girl in a silver dress standing a short distance away. Her beautiful silver eyes were extremely eye-catching, and she emitted a cold aura. Everyone was stunned when they saw this girl. This person was none other than Ding Mingyu, who was ranked third on the devil ranking, who had once roped in the Yun Nuwa planet. The commotion not far away did not attract her attention. It was only when a joyous cry rang out that she stopped in her tracks. Her beautiful eyes turned slightly, only to see the white-clothed young lady happily waving her jade-like hands at her. Immediately, she was slightly taken aback. This was because she did not have any memories regarding the latter. However, when she saw the people gathered together, she seemed to have understood something. Involuntarily, she smiled softly and walked over. The young man who had a frivolous smile on his face earlier was also stunned for a moment when he saw Ding Mingyu slowly walking over with a stunning smile on her cold and pretty face. Soon after, he hurriedly turned his gaze away. His expression was somewhat stiff as his lips trembled. A dry, low laugh was emitted from his throat. He could not help but lower his voice as he said, "Ugh, that your elder sister is Ding Mingyu." The girl in white hurriedly nodded her small head, after which she giggled and grabbed the girl in green dress jade-like hand before swiftly running towards Ding Mingyu. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly as she laughed softly. "Elder sister Mingyu, I finally found you." Ding Mingyu looked at the two little girls who had run in front of her, after which she saw the mischievous expression that flashed across their eyes. She could not help but laugh softly. Her jade-like hand gently patted the heads of the two girls. How could she not know what they were thinking? Moments later, Ding Mingyu gently lifted her beautiful eyes. A chill flashed across her cold face, which had a gentle smile on it. She looked at the members from Thunder Mountain and said in an indifferent voice, "Chiu Ning, your Thunder Mountain is doing very well." The expressions of the people from Thunder Mountain hardened at this moment. They no longer had the frivolous and flirtatious expression from before. Ding Mingyu was the third-ranked expert on the devil ranking. Forget about them. Even their boss did not dare to offend her. If their boss knew that they had offended Ding Mingyu, they would definitely be chased out of the mountain. It's a misunderstanding. Senior Sister Ding, we only wanted to help the two young ladies. The young man by the name of Chiu Ning trembled as he felt his entire body go numb after being glanced at by those cold and beautiful eyes. He let out a dry laugh before hurriedly cupping his fists towards the white-clothed girl and the middle-aged man. We were too rash just now. Please forgive us, young ladies. If there is an opportunity in the future, we will definitely come and apologize." As the sound of his voice faded, he suddenly waved his hand and led his group away in a panic. They did not dare to stay for even a second longer. When the girl in white and the girl in white saw that the person who had an unfriendly expression earlier had left, they secretly wiped off their sweat. After which, the girl in white playfully stuck out her tongue at Ding Mingyu and said with a smile, "Thank you, elder sister." Ding Mingyu smiled faintly and shook her head. In a soft voice, she said, "You guys shouldn't be students from the Far Light Academy, right? Who are you guys looking for?" The girl in white scratched her head and laughed softly. "We are looking for Brother Yin. He is very powerful and likes to wear black windbreakers. He has rainbow-colored hair and wears a mask. There should be some stories about him in the academy." "Oh, right. Brother Yin is always accompanied by a beautiful elder sister in purple. Elder Sister Mingyu, have you seen her before?" When she heard this description, Ding Mingyu was stunned for a moment. Rainbow-colored hair and a mask? Could it be him? Ding Mingyu thought for a while. She lifted her finger and pointed at the giant sword mountain peak in the distance. In a soft voice, she said, "Look at the figures there. Are the two nameless ones the Brother Yin and the elder sister you mentioned?" When she heard this, the girl in white hurriedly raised her head and looked at them one by one. In a short while, she stopped at the 20th position. The two girls were stunned for a moment. This rainbow-colored hair was probably the only one. However, how did Brother Yun become the elder sister? Soon after, they saw Zian at the 36th position. Immediately they were slightly happy. Regardless of whether the one at the 20th position was the one at the 36th position, there was no mistake. "You are a little..." Just as the two ladies were rejoicing, a joyous cry was suddenly heard, causing the three of them to be startled. They lifted their heads and saw two figures descending from the sky. The person in the lead had long, colorful hair that fluttered in the wind. His body was completely covered by a spacious black windbreaker. His eyes, which were like stars, flickered with joy. "Brother Yin, big brother." When they saw the person, even though they weren't sure just now, when they heard him call out their names, they were sure of the person's identity. The two girls jumped up in joy and threw themselves into Yun Nuoxing's arms. As soon as they landed, before they could steady themselves, they were knocked into by the two petite figures. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile. She lowered her head and saw the two girls burying their faces in their chests and rubbing against them like kittens. Her rainbow-colored eyes became very gentle. She gently rubbed you, and Little Moon's heads with her hands. When Zian saw the two girls behind her, she smiled sweetly. Before she knew it, more than a month had passed. When she saw them now, she missed them a little. Mei Mao was full of gentleness. Big Sister Zian. After the two girls had enough of acting coquettishly in front of Yun Nuoxing, they threw themselves into Zian's arms and rubbed against her. The latter couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She gently rubbed their heads. Seeing that the two girls were safe and sound, Yun Nuoxing also breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did she see Ding Mingyu, not far away. When she saw that Ding Mingyu had been staring at her, she was stunned for a moment. After hesitating for a while, she walked forward and said softly, "Senior Ding, thank you for bringing them in." Before she landed, she saw Little Moon and Little Moon surrounding Ding Mingyu. She subconsciously thought that Ding Mingyu had brought them into the academy. When Ding Mingyu heard this, she shook her head gently. After thinking about it, she didn't say anything about what had just happened. She glanced at Little Moon and Little Moon indifferently. A touch of gentleness flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. A moment later, she returned to her usual cold appearance. She nodded at Yun Nuoxing and said indifferently, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." As soon as she finished speaking, she gently turned around and walked slowly toward the central area. When Little Moon and Yu saw this, they both laughed and said loudly, "Big Sister Mingyu, thank you." Ding Mingyu, who was walking unhurriedly, trembled slightly when she heard this voice. Then the corners of her mouth curled into an extremely beautiful smile. Even the sky and earth paled in comparison. Unfortunately, no one saw the scene. Chapter 654. Yun Nuashing and the others did not stay in the academy for long. They soon returned to the deep mountains. Along the way, Little Moon and Little Moon chattered nonstop, telling him about everything that had happened in the past month. Yuan Shi and the others have also reached the fourth seal. Hearing this news, Yun Nuashing was a little surprised, but he was not too surprised. Yuan Shi and the others were very talented, and they all had extraordinary physiques. If they had not gone on a trip with them, perhaps they would have already reached the 9th seal of the demon rank. In this regard, there were gains and losses. Brother Nightmare and Brother Yuan, she said that they will meet again in half a year's time during the trip to the secret realm. They will try to break through to the demigod rank in half a year's time. If they find out that Brother Yin is weaker than them, they will beat you up. Yu covered her mouth and chuckled, betraying Nightmare and Yuan Shi without hesitation. Huh. Yun Nuashing chuckled. These two guys were shouting to teach him a lesson every day, but in the end, they were beaten up by him. However, what he was concerned about was, what was the trip to the secret realm? Little you seemed to have seen the doubt on his face, and said softly, Big Sister Jean said that this is an activity jointly organized by all the divine great academies in the divine realm. It seems to be in a world of its own in the void. She also said that this secret realm is not something that only people from the academies can enter. As long as they are strong enough, any young genius can enter. Half a year's time? It's still early. Yun Nuashing smiled when he heard that. Why did you come to the Long Light Academy? Putting everything else aside, he was still a little surprised that the two girls had come to the Long Light Academy. If they had not received Princess Jin's message, they would not have been able to find them even if they had stayed in the deep mountains for half a month. And Sister Yu missed you, so we came to see you. Hee. Sister Jean also allowed us to come out and play. Yura smiled and hugged Yun Nuashing's arm tightly. She smiled very happily. Big Sister, Yeshi, has been wandering around Xiaoguang City. She said that she had a strange feeling and wanted us to inform Big Brother. We might need your help. When Little Moon saw that she was so close to Yun Nuashing, she did not want to be outdone. She hugged Yun Nuashing's arm tightly and said softly, Yishi. Yun Nuashing was a little puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. As long as he needed help, he just had to call for him. He would rush over no matter what. After a long while, Yun Nuashing helplessly looked at the two little girls on his left and right hands. His cheeks twitched slightly. The soft feeling coming from his arms was like a match burning in his heart, making him speechless. However, he could not bear to yell at the two of them. He could only torture himself and let them do as they pleased. After a few more minutes, they arrived at the Golden Mountain Peak. At this time, the mountain peak was already enveloped by a dense energy mist, and the situation inside could not be seen at all. Only then did Yun Nuashing remember that Little Moon and the others had rushed here for 4 days. They were all full of energy and did not look tired at all. He had forgotten about it and hurriedly asked, Do you want to take a rest? Hearing this, Yor and Little Moon smiled and shook their heads. We're full of energy after seeing Big Brother. Big Brother, you don't have to worry about us. Go do what you need to do. There's nothing to do. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at the two of them. He sighed helplessly and led the three of them to land on the Golden Mountain Peak. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian sat cross-legged and cultivated in a formation filled with mist. They were some distance away from each other. Lin Sheng was muttering something under his breath. His lightly clasped hands slowly and somewhat awkwardly formed extremely ancient and obscure seals. His seals changed extremely slowly, although it was a little awkward and unfamiliar, and he had to pause for 1 or 2 seconds every time he changed. There was a faint ancient aura that permeated the air as his seals changed. It caused the surrounding heaven and earth energy and energy mist to boil a little. Yi Qinglian, who was cultivating, opened Mei Mao warily. When she saw Yun Nuashing and Little Moon, the wariness in her eyes dissipated slightly. Then, she saw the two delicate figures clinging tightly to Yun Nuoxing's arms. She was stunned. Qinglian. Seeing her open her eyes, Yun Nuoxing smiled and walked over with Little Moon and Little Moon. He smiled and said, "These two are my younger sisters, Qin Yu and Ji Wen Yu. You can call them Yu-er and Yu-er." Yu-er and Little Moon also raised their beautiful eyes and curiously sized up this beautiful big sister. The former's mischievous. Mei Mao looked at Yi Qinglian and then at Lin Sheng, who was cultivating. Then the two of them giggled and called out, "Big sister Qinglian." When Yi Qinglian heard that name and saw the actions of the two girls, she couldn't help but be stunned. Then she smiled and nodded. Then Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing strangely. When the latter saw her gaze, she couldn't help but let out a dry cough and shook her head with a bitter smile. While the few of them were greeting each other, Lin Sheng, whose hand seals were changing, suddenly opened his eyes. The endless energy within the formation suddenly went berserk. A ball of blue flame condensed between his palms. Within it, a strange sensation that was cold and hot could be faintly felt. Then, a terrifying fluctuation rippled. Yun Nuoxing could clearly feel that the fire elemental energy between heaven and earth was rapidly disappearing. Lin Sheng exhaled a breath of air. He looked at the blue flame that had gathered at the center of his palm. He turned around and faced the area outside the mountain peak. Soon after, his hand seal suddenly pushed out as a thunderous, low cry was emitted from his throat. "Heavenly fire god art, frost fire seal!" Boom! The sound of rolling flames burning the plains resounded. The energy fog within the formation dissipated slightly and condensed towards the huge ball of frost fire. Finally, as Lin Sheng pushed out his palm, it surged out like the sun and turned into a huge fireball about 1,000 feet in size. It left bits of ice in the air and shot out of the mountain peak. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered slightly. Then she couldn't help but laugh. Her figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the huge ball of frost fire. She stretched out her right hand. Boom! A huge tremor sounded and the golden mountain peak trembled a few times. The huge ball of frost fire suddenly exploded and turned into a wave of fire and icy wind that soared into the sky. It shook so much that the energy within the heaven refining formation dissipated a little. Even the trees below were affected by the two energies and started burning and freezing. The rumbling sound of energy rolling could be heard incessantly. Lin Sheng raised his head and looked at the trees that had turned into ice or burned not far away. However, he frowned slightly and lowered his head to look at his hands. He seemed a little dissatisfied. Although the power was not bad, he felt that something was not right. He didn't use its true power at all. Strange, what's missing? Lin Sheng lowered his head and pondered. What was wrong? A moment later, the ball of frost fire energy quietly dissipated, revealing Yun Nuoxing, who was in the energy circle. Lin Sheng caught a glimpse of Yun Nuoxing, who was within his attack range and couldn't help but be stunned. He had just bombarded the no man's land. Why would she appear there? However, when he saw Yun Nuoxing stretching out her right hand, he seemed to understand that Yun Nuoxing had blocked his attack. Moreover, she had blocked it unscathed. This made him smile bitterly and shake his head. Lowering his head to look at his right hand, Yun Nuoxing blinked. A moment later, he raised his head again. Seeing Lin Sheng's bitter smile in deep thought, he immediately understood something. With a move of his body, he returned to the mountain peak. Walking in front of Lin Sheng, he said with a smile, "Energy impact split." Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment. He curled his lips slightly. What did she mean by separated? Seeing that he was still deep in thought, Yun Nuoxing smiled again. He originally wanted to let him figure it out himself, but he couldn't resist the impulse in his heart. He smiled and shook his head and said, "Frost and fire energy impact. You separated the frost and fire energy, these two energies, into flame energy and frost energy, and did not combine them." Ah. Just as Lin Sheng was deep in thought, Yun Nuoxing's words made his heart skip a beat. Separated a moment later, Lin Sheng raised his head excitedly. He understood. When Yun Nuoxing saw that Lin Sheng had an epiphany, the corners of her mouth curled up. She couldn't help but snap her fingers. Lin Sheng was still excited and wanted to say something. However, he saw 4 ice walls rising from the ground and immediately enveloping him. The latter was stunned. Before he could react, a scarlet flame descended from the sky and landed in the ice prison. The flames spread out. As they were both fire elements, they made him feel a little warm. However, this warmth suddenly changed in the next second. A gust of cold air rolled up. It was clearly a flame, but it made Lin Sheng feel a bone-chilling cold. It was so cold that his body trembled violently. Thinking it through is one thing. Comprehending it is another. Do your best. When you really combine frost and fire, you will be able to come out. Yun Nuoxing smiled and patted the ice wall. Her faint laughter made Lin Sheng smile bitterly. However, he didn't waste any time. He sat down cross-legged and stared at the ice walls and flames around him. Then he slowly closed his eyes and quietly comprehended the 2 combined energies that were emitted. Then he integrated the comprehension of this energy into his seals. Only then could he display the power of the frost fire seal. Stop nagging. In the future, when you feel that there is a problem with your cultivation of the mystic arts, you will be able to know what the problem is by taking an attack from yourself. Yun Nuoxing said from outside. When Lin Sheng, who was comprehending, heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy's cultivation method was also amazing. So that's why I took an attack from him. However, there was a certain logic to it. Only by personally experiencing it could one know the energy and release method of the mystic arts that one cultivated. However, it was better to get out of this ice-fire prison first. Although he had the conditions, comprehending it wasn't an easy task. However, with the conditions here, as long as he was given some time, he should be able to truly cultivate it successfully. Seeing that it was quiet inside and Lin Sheng was immersed in his comprehension, Yun Nuoxing smiled and turned around, only to see Qinglian glaring at her. She couldn't help but be stunned. She looked behind her and seemed to have understood something. She casually waved her hand and said with a smile, "This is the fastest way. Don't worry, it won't hurt him." What about you? What kind of cultivation environment do you need? If it's not very difficult, I should be able to forge it. Yun Nuoxing clapped her hands and smiled at Yi Qinglian. Hearing this, Yi Qinglian was also stunned. Then she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and said softly, "This place is pretty good. Thank you." The last sentence seemed to be said on behalf of Lin Sheng. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand indifferently. Yi Qinglian smiled faintly and knelt down beside the ice prison. Her jade-like hands gently tied up her long black hair. Mei Mao closed her eyes slightly. Her alluring body looked exceptionally elegant at this moment. Her jade-like hands flipped lightly, and she held a scroll in her hands as she read it seriously. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and turned around. She walked toward Zian, who was at the side of the mountain peak. The latter was also kneeling behind a huge blue stone. Spiritual power gently surged between her brows. With every fluctuation, the 5 elements in the world would gently fluctuate. This girl's spiritual power and elemental power have already merged to such an extent. I'm afraid she'll have the qualifications to break through to the demigod level soon. Yun Nuoxing leaned against the blue stone and sat down. She stroked her colorful hair that had fallen down. She tilted her head and looked at Zian, who was seriously cultivating. She couldn't help but grin. This scene was very beautiful and serene. It made one's heart calm. Little Moon and Yuer, who had just walked around the mountain peak, returned to this open space. When they saw the few people cultivating quietly, they hurriedly covered each other's mouths. Then they smiled at each other and walked lightly to Yun Nuoxing's side. They bent their legs and sat down on either side of her. Yun Nuashing also saw the two girls just now. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. She didn't expect the relationship between the two girls to have eased so much after leaving for more than a month. It seemed like they could already coexist peacefully. When they first met, the two of them didn't see eye to eye. She didn't expect them to be so harmonious now. Little Moon and Ewer looked up and saw Yun Nuashing's beautiful smile. Then, their little heads leaned gently on Yun Nuashing's shoulder. Mei Mao closed her eyes slightly. After a while, she actually fell asleep. These two little girls, seeing Little Moon and Ewer fall asleep so quickly, Yun Nuashing was also stunned. Then, she shook her head helplessly. They just said that they didn't need to rest. Now they're asleep. They're actually forcing themselves to stay awake in front of me. Yun Nuashing's lips curled into a gentle smile. Then she closed her bright eyes. 6 colorful wings extended from her back and gently covered the two girls. She then looked at Zian, Lin Sheng, and Yi Qinglian, who were cultivating. When she saw that they were all fine, she slowly entered a meditative state.